Hello and welcome everyone. I'm so glad to see many familiar faces and names here, and also many new people are coming. So welcome all. My name is Nino Berdznishvili and I'm from Georgia. I am clinical psychologist and logotherapist, and also president of Caucasus Association of Logotherapy and Existential Analysis. And we present logotherapy in Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Ukraine. And I'm so happy that for 3 years now, I am the host of this wonderful event, this conference, the One Humanity, which is global, and you are from all around the world, and thank you very much, and our colleagues as well, because they are supporting us and they are our guest speakers for today. Some wonderful logotherapists from also all around the world. So let's get started a little bit, and I just want to tell you a couple of words that we suggested to announce this our logotherapeutic day, the One Humanity, in correspondence with the International Day of Tolerance promoted by the United Nations, which is on November 16th, to cultivate respect and appreciation of the rich variety of our world's cultures, our form of expression and ways of being human, and to continue the great relay of Viktor Frankl Center in Vienna, dedicating their exhibition to One Humanity, Monanthropism according to Frankl. Our initiative was kindly supported, as I told before, by logotherapists all around the world. And I thank them because today is the third time that we are hosting this One Humanity Global Conference. Okay, and also I wanted to start it with our beautiful anthem. We will do it at the end of our conference as well, but let's get started with it. I want to share it because it's an amazing song. We are unity, and really we are unity despite everything, our distance, countries, languages, and so on and so on. We are the unity. And I asked you to download the flag of your country on your phone and just show and demonstrate it to create this one humanity and the globe, because we are from all around the world. Let me demonstrate this wonderful song.
A dream of what I wanna be. I wanna be free. That's what my heart keeps telling me. Give me your hand.
We'll find a way.
There's people out there
that feel the same.
if we help each other, I just know we can succeed. We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be amongst the stars, and we know that it's destiny. And we are unity. We are unity.
I do believe make it into reality.
Give me your hand.
We'll find a way.
People out there,
Let's feel the same.
if we help each other,
I just know we can succeed.
we are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be amongst the stars, and we know that it's destiny that we are unity. No matter where you're from or who you are, if we can find common place to be, then we are friends. We are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. Oh, we are one, but we are different. We're from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be amongst the stars, and we know that it's destiny that we are unity. We are unity.
And let it be so, we are unity. And I want to remind you that the topic of this year is international case study. And please ask your questions, be active. 20 minutes is for each speaker, and then 10 or 15 minutes to your questions and to your feedback. And I want to give the word to our wonderful, really wonderful colleague from Mexico. She is logotherapist, counselor, and master in education, Annabella Piter. I know that she has to go to another conference today, so my really appreciation that you came today and find time to join us.
I am so happy. And are you listening to me?
Yes, please.
Are you listening to me?
Yes, yes.
That's perfect. Okay, hello everybody. I am really happy to be here. I am logotherapist since 2010. So I am not really like all our beautiful professors like here Andreas or many others that I have learned so much about them. And in a very humble way, I want to share with you some of the things that have been important in my process to become a logotherapist. First of all, I don't know if all of you are psychologists, but for example, in my case, I am a master in education, and I run into the logotherapy, and it became my life. And I tried to prepare myself. And when I knew that the possibility of being a counselor was possible, for me it was like something really important. But you have to be always aware that there is a limit. You can cause iatrogenic if you don't pay attention to to some smooth signals that will help your patient to go to a psychiatric, to a psychologist, to a neurologist. So it's the first point that I would like to share with you. And I have many, many beautiful stories to tell. you know, when you start this beautiful profession, the words that Viktor Frank said, that my meaning of life is to help others to find meaning, makes resonance, and it takes a lot of worth in your life, because it's true. When you see someone who was broken, become in another human being, show or her own, it's like awakening, right? And we are not the ones, we are only facilitators, but it's all their work. So Nino, can I share with you, can you help me to share my, okay, here is my uh, well, here is my, sometimes it's when age it's noticed, because all the things we it was prepared right here, but here is, okay. Do you see my screen, Nino, everybody?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. Compartir, share. Now it's here. Now can you look at it?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I would like to tell you about that it's really wonderful to see the process of a person becoming someone else. So I would like to take a story of a male that I met. It was a recommendation, so talk to him about me. And when he arrives, he was really skeptic. He had worked with several psychologists, and he, yes, and he was working with some psychologists, and he was like really, really close. He, let's call him Sam. He was 40 years old at that time, and he arrives because he's not sure if he's going to continue with his marriage or not, because this his husband, it's a very different person from him, because he is like really rigid in all these his ideas. He only wants to, he sees the world in black and white, yes, and it has to be like it has to be. He is always a by the book person. At the beginning, it was really funny, because I have to present him some bibliography, right? It was most like a class, that or like or like a discussion coffee of reading, more than a session. We call them acompañamiento, companion counseling. It's not a therapy. Yes, and it's important to tell to our clients, to our consultants this. Well, the story of Sam is that he grew in a very working with them. So he received as a kid a lot of money, because his father was not there. But when the father arrives, it was like 10, 20, no, like $200 for a kid of 9 years. It was like, every time I see you, I give you this. And the mother was a very Mexican mother that is, at that time, she was very silent. She was a very caring mother, but she has not like this figure of authority. And they grew in a Catholic environment, so he had are really, really concerned about his preferences and also his faith. And he was very closed. He didn't speak with a lot of people, and he had like 2 or 3 friends for a long time, and he had a difficulty to involve socially with other persons. Well, he doesn't live near. We have the first sessions when he was in Mexico, and then we connect every week. He was very constant, and we use all the logotherapeutic techniques. We have this Socratic dialogue, but also Viktor Frankl said, logotherapy is the dwarf under the arms of a giant. Yes, and we know that logotherapy is an incredible tool, but some of the magnificent advices Viktor Frankl said is, you have to continue. This is only the basis, and you have to continue. Here is a very, in my point of view, this is a subtle line between mixing logotherapy with other techniques, telling persons those techniques are part of logotherapy, or teaching persons that technique is part of logotherapy. So what I always do is to tell, we are going to do tapping, or we are going to do mindfulness, and this is not logotherapy. Yes, it's a tool that we can use, but it's important for me to show this line. And he was really, really anxious. So he had never meditated before, and when I started to talk to him, it was step by step, like the box breathing. I don't know if you know that. It's like 4 times in, 4 times to retain the air, 4 times to blow out like a candle, and 4 times for 1, 2, 3, 4 to keep the chest without air. And it is proven like the vagus nerve helps to decrease the anxiety. And little by little, first we couldn't have a humor because he took very serious all the sessions, but little by little we started with a paradoxical intention, and the lectures, the readings, and these neuroscience by bibliography was really important, because he didn't believe anything that was not proven scientifically. And he helped me a lot to check that logotherapy, it's a wonderful resource for neuroscience now, because logotherapy works in this prefrontal area, where is forgiveness, reconciliation, kindness. Yes, and when I went to talk to him about all these singular, all these parts of the brain, and he started to read, he became, like, as I told you, he is really insistent in many things. He started to go to meditation classes in a formal way, and little by little, with the reflection, and with these creative values, but looking the other, we started to change this neuroscience process and these books with the logotherapeutic approach. He started to think that there was another possibility because we were unique and special, and we have our own story and our meaning. So it's not the way it has to be, you know. So he started to give like, okay, maybe my boss has another story, and that's why he acts like this. And he's starting to look the person, not like the action that has to be done. But also he made a reconciliation with his father. He didn't have like this connection, but he recognized that the father, in his lack of values, was always there in a certain way. So now he has a little connection little by little with him, not expecting what a father has to be, but recognizing that the father was there and checking his values little by little. And he started to think, okay, maybe it's not only one way to be right. And with these meditations, he started to create a little circle. Uh-huh. And he started to embrace his own history, his own story, uh, with self-compassion and understanding that he is unique. And he started to change some aspects with his partner, and the partner in consequence was not defensive at all and start to change like the relationship. And little by little, all these creation values and all these values of admiring his life, the small details of his life, start to change. And I really was happy when he said, you know, my husband is not defective. He has his own vocation and meaning. And now, in this way, I am learning about him. And I really was amazed when he create a meaning of life with he's a very, very, very prestigious engineer, but now he's also a facilitator of meditation, and many persons are inspired about him because you know, all this time he used to judge other people's, was a time he started to open his heart, to open like his perspective, and little by little, he has now two vocations. He's still working, but now he told me one day, you know, I think I am like a child. My heart is open like a child now. So of course, we increase this openness and flexibility to see the others, showing this uniqueness. He learned how to laugh of himself, of many things, and to know that being incorrect is part of life, to have mistakes, not only his father or his mother, but everybody. It's part of being human and to be well. And you know, the stress reduced a lot. And he is he's still in the Catholic dogma, but not with this guilt, in the way he can participate, but also he, in this openness, he has found right persons who is sharing, you know, this area of spiritual life. So, as I told you, now he started to study neuroscience and meditation. Now he's one of, I don't know if you know Joe Dispenza, but now he's part of the team, the Latin team. So it's something great. Now he has like a really big group of friends, but with a meaningful path. And yes, we stop the therapies, the sessions, the acompañamientos 2 years ago, and I monitor him from time to time. And you know, the marriage is getting really well, and the husband has his own vocation, his own way to see life, but they are connected in many other senses. So I have chosen some of these quotes that I think we can be a conclusion for this case. Between the stimulus and the response, there is a space, and in that space lies our freedom and the power to respond. Yes, and it was this space when he decided to open his heart, to forgive, to change the past. Something that I tell to my consultants is, we can change the past. Of course, we can change it. We cannot change the facts, but we can change our lenses. We can change our glasses. And in that way, what's better to see all the bad things my father did to me and to have in my heart a bad father, or what is more convenient? To have a father that was there in his own uniqueness and with his resources. So when we are not longer able to change the situations, we are the only thing we can change is ourselves. Yes. So all this tension and this striving of not having the life it has supposed to be, may give him another goal. And when he decided his husband has not to be the husband he needed, but the husband he has chosen, and that he has chosen here because he has very beautiful gifts to give, and he was irreplaceable. Things change in his mind. And well, freedom is not only part of the story, it's the opportunity to be responsible. And I love responsible, the ability to respond. So what would I tell you? For me, logotherapy, it's a wonderful way of living, and the transformation, it's always with aptitude. When people understand context and the intention are the secret to it's the special ingredient, the secret ingredient that never has to be forgotten in any story, because we know the context and the intention in many persons of the concentration camp who died or maybe who killed. You know, sometimes it was, how can I tell you, the context is not the same to be a woman in Mexico, in New York, in Lebanon, in any part. You know, there is always a context and a history. So what I would like to tell you is that when you can soften rigidity and give yourself the chance to be free to express. And when the fails, all the failures you have, all the flaws, it's called, you can turn into straightened. We also can embrace our humanity. So, well, I want to thank you. I hope I don't take more time. And if you want to contact me, my Instagram, it's Annabella Piter, and my mail, it's Annabella_at yahoo.com. So, I don't know if I have more time or if I am well of time. Nino, you tell me, or...
Very well. Thank you very much for your case. And please, all participants, ask questions. You have the unique opportunity to ask your questions to Annabella, maybe about her how to become logotherapist or how to be logotherapist in Mexico. She told about the context, which is also very interesting to ask about. And may I start with a question? What was the turning point in the process of the therapy of with this particular client?
I think the first, when he started the meditations, for me, it was like everything, all his paradigmas, it's the same. The paradigm he had constructed was like falling like idols. And he arrived like anytime, like, not all the parents have to be the best. And in my meditation, I saw it was like a little bit of suggestion, I think. But I remember, and I read, when Viktor Frankl treat persons who listen to voices, he used those voices in order to make therapy instead of saying, no, you're not listening anything. So in his meditations, he saw his father like sad sometimes or running like as a kid. And I used his meditations when he came to me, because in his meditation, he started to imagine, to have like some images, and he came to tell me some of his meditation results. For example, he told me one day he meditated and he was a tree, and I mean, these tree were oranges, and the roots of the tree arrived. So we made like reflection of what that could mean, and we always take it to meaning, to experiential values. And for me, it was something new, because it was like meditation for me was to go to alpha, to breathe, and to be relaxed. But for him become like a visualization, but his own visualizations. And we use all this information always in a reflexive way. And for me, that was like the turning point. Did I answer your question, Nina?
Oh, yes, thank you very much. So as I understood, you modified this meditation and creating something logotherapeutic meditation.
Right, and we did this reflection, but then I like very much when in neuroscience they talk about the eureka moment, that you are thinking and overthinking something, and suddenly when you stop, there comes the eureka moment. And for me, that is the reflection. It combines super well, because in those moments he went to walk and see the ocean, because he lives near the ocean, and he did this the reflection. Many answers came to his life, like responses of meaning.
Thank you. And one more question, if possible, please. You talked about context. What do you mean under it?
In every case, you have an idea of the for example, in his case specifically, he said, why my father deal with that people, why my mother stood him, and then we went deeply to the mother context. Yes, she was a little girl. She was grown in a Mexican traditional family. And in this traditional family, divorce is something that is not allowed. That is the context. If your mother lived in New York and there is no problem about that, maybe her decisions would be different. Yes, it's important to set the person in the context so he or she can't understand that many of the things that were him, I would never done that. And many times I said, if you were him with his human tools, with his resources, because we have to work in ourselves to become brave. Many people are, but we have to work on ourselves to make a inner work in order to create tools to face life. If you were him with his resources, with his story, with his fears, maybe you would have done the same. The intention was not to harm you. And, it's something like, for example, I give you a short, another little story. A guy who came and I said, I hate my uncle, and I want to work this rage because he was really silent and he was really mean with my brothers and I. And I said, okay, well, let's think about this. But the uncle was the mother, the brother of the mother. The mother died and they were going to be separated. So the uncle was 18 years old and he kept the kids together. Imagine the context is a kid of 18 years with 3 more kids. He's not doing like the normal story of a young man. Yes, but suddenly it's okay. He sacrificed his life to us. Okay, now the context. I understand that he was sad, that he was angry, but the intention was to keep us together. So context and intention can help us a lot to understand the other and to see with compassion the same feeling. So it's something for me that has worked a lot because it's this empathy, but with this solid basis, because we can judge others with our background, with our luggage, but we will never can really understand if we don't have these in Spanish is how can I translate this? It's like poor heart, but not poor heart because it's poor of values. It's because it's basic heart. Miseris cordis. Misericordia, it's in Spanish, it's like mercy. Yes, but I love the roots. Miseris cordis, a poor heart. But it's not a poor heart because it doesn't have values. It's because this heart doesn't have pretensions. Can see the other in his basicness. It's something that I try to work with in all the times. Everything has to be in a context and to check the intention. And maybe we can change the past. Not the actions, but our story.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please raise your hand and I invite you to ask. And I will have the final question with to all the speakers because it's really important to hear your opinion. What logotherapy resonates in your country with, in Mexico with?
Wow, it has been just a challenge. I don't know if in other countries if it happens, but logotherapy arrives to Mexico with two beautiful women that took lessons with Elizabeth Lucas. But these women belong to a very a particular society level, and with all their heart, they started with their group to share logotherapy. But logotherapy, little by little, here in Mexico, became like a status thing, you know, only in very nice neighborhoods or in some schools, logotherapy was available. So one of the challenges is to how can I say democratize? I don't know how is the word, but make logotherapy to every people. So that's why uh, some of my colleagues in Colombia, because it happens like the same. Logotherapy is like the therapy that you know, and we are trying is to do it like something that you can find everywhere. And I have a colleague, I love him very much. His name is Ivan. He lives in Miami, but he created like some programs that are in a very, very natural language that the people who clean the dishes in a restaurant or wherever can understand. And we use like a very daily language to give them this information. And you know, we had a lot of critics of many of our colleagues that are in all these investigation things. But for me, it's the best thing to give this tool to other peoples, because they start to listen that is something that it's called logotherapy, that it's another way to see life. And maybe in some moment they can touch logotherapy, but it's not very accessible to every people. And some of the things that we have also experienced here is that someone could take a little course one day, starts to give like courses or diploma courses in a church or in a place, but sometimes it's like mixed, as I told you, with other theories and with other things, and people sometimes doesn't understand very much what logotherapy is.
Thank you very much. Yes, and Viktor Frankl once told that logotherapy is open to another methods as well. So let it be so.
Yeah, no, but the problem is, for example, what I am telling you is that sometimes persons think that logotherapy involves math. You know, so that is not, or maybe you have to be that you have to do meditation, because logotherapy implies to meditation. It's like part of that, and not, it's a tool you can take, but it's what I mean. I am in charge of accreditations, and I have a big argue with someone in South America, because they were teaching logotherapy, but if you didn't go to mass, you cannot go to the class or something. That is not logotherapy, you know, because logotherapy is open to all the faiths and it's not religious. So that's what I refer, that there is a subtle line that and we have to be very careful, because if not, we can mix the ideas of the people who are learning.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's kind of challenging. Yeah, thank you. So, thank you very much, Annabella, for joining us this early morning from Mexico. I know that you are going to another conference, so have a great day and very productive day ahead. Thank you very much for all your input today.
Yeah, thank you very much. But I really would like to know if what do you to listen to someone else before I go, maybe to because this is a nourishing stuff. So if I need a feedback and if you have any advice to give to me, I would be really open and really glad, because we are always learning, and these encounters are just for that. We learn about each other, and that is perfect for me. So please, someone be brave.
Yes, please. In case you have any language barriers, please write your question in your native language, and we have always Google Translator who can translate. So please ask your questions. That's why we chose this format of international case study, because it's not a lecture and not just a presentation, but a process where we can be involved in. So please. Do you have any experience as a psychotherapist, logotherapist, or maybe a counselor or coach? Or what country are you from? Please share it.
Don't worry, that's perfect. But if you want to write me, or you want to give me an advice or a question or whatever, or if you need an advice, whatever, I am here for you. Okay?
Thank you very much once again.
No, for you, I will be jumping into the two because I really want to listen to my other colleagues. So I will be like here and there, here and there. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, and our best wishes to AMES conference as well.
Thank
yes.
You. Can I take a picture with you all? So, and I can. Do you give me permission to upload it?
Yes,
Smile.
let's do it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me present our next speaker for today. It's our wonderful colleague from Turkey, Memduh Özmert. He is the head of Turkish Viktor Frankl Institute and the trainer there. And his topic is From Control to Connection, Re-Humanizing Conflict in a Family Business, which is a very important topic.
Hello, all Logo friends. It's nice to see most of you, and we were together less than a month ago, I guess, in Antalya. Hello back again. And it's a delight to take part on this Caucasian Association's One Humanity Congress, especially like a person who loves Caucasian music and folk dance very much. Let me share my screen and sorry, let me open my application. Nowadays, my main concern is utilizing logotherapy in conflict resolution in the form of coaching and mediation process. So let me share my screen. Why I can't see my... Yeah. Okay. Today I'm going to introduce you a mediation model enhanced by logotherapy, and the real case, that was my case. And so let's start from scratch, from definition. Mediation has emerged as a form of intervention in resolving either interpersonal or social disputes. And today, in general, there are two types of mediations. On the one pole, evaluative, that helps parties to understand their legal position. And on the other pole, facilitative, transformative models. They help to empower participants, take responsibility for their resolutions. Among others, the transformative mediation framework aligns most with the existential principles of logotherapy. And there are really serious efforts on enhancing transformative mediation model with the existential principles of logotherapy. And Dr. Duo Shaikut's work is one of them. I was influenced from that. But before diving into how logotherapy provided providing some goods to transformative mediation, let's start describing what do we understand by conflict. So a conflict from existential perspective, a crisis, a break in the communication and interaction between parties or people. And this aligns with the logotherapeutic view that conflict is a crisis of meaning, where violated values collapse worldviews cause suffering. So what do we experience when we face a conflict? What do we care about? What matters to us? So I think most of us have experienced a car accident, which is definitely a very good model for a crisis. Imagine it's a nice day, you're driving your car and the music is on. The person in the car next to you is doing the same thing. The world is nice to both of you. Then all of a sudden, that car crashed to you or vice versa. So in general, what we feel when we involved in a crisis is we feel confusion and upset. Oh, for example, in such a accident, I was saying I was going to a logotherapy congress. I had to present something, or I would be picking up my daughter. So how am I going to do? So we become confused and upset. Oh, did I renew the renew the insurance of the car? So we became disorganized. And then what am I going to say to this guy? We become more self-centered and defensive and closed. So according to the transformative mediation model, we are dragged into a vicious circle. So according to this, we feel unsettled, confused, then we feel self-protective, defensive, we feel fearful, disorganized, then suspicious and closed, and we find ourselves in this vicious circle. And from an existential analysis perspective, we can state that we experience a loss of meaning, especially in cases of existential distress like betrayal, if we face betrayal, political polarization, post-war reconciliation. So we are influenced under the downward spiral forces of becoming negative, destructive, and alienating, even demonizing the other. So what is the objective of logotherapy enhanced transformative mediation? Absolutely, reaching an agreement or settlement is not the main goal. The main goal is to make change happen. That's why they named it transformative mediation, changing the state. So the main objective is from changing from weak to strong, from self-absorbed to responsive. So how can we enable changing from weak to strong? Of course, with at least becoming more clearer, seeing the meaning of the situation. So when we get more strong as humans, we become responsive. We recognize the other. This is one of the very existential needs of being human. So all we have to do is try to enable empowerment shifts and recognition shifts to occur. So if we attain this, we change this downward spiral from being destructive and demonizing to constructive and humanizing. So let's clarify what do we understand from the process mediation. What is its difference from counseling or therapy? Let's clarify. But first of all, let's clarify it is not an adversarial process where there is a decision maker and one loser, one winner. It's an alternative dispute resolution through a neutral third party called mediator that assists those in disputes towards regaining competence through finding meaning and gaining a sense of reconnection. So the main objective is changing a state from weak to strong and becoming recognizing the other. This is the main aim. So in other words, let the interaction again the interaction to restart. So mediator is not a decision maker, no judicial roles, a neutral body. This is a voluntary process, so anytime the disputants can quit and they're responsible for their resolutions. That's the other part of the site. And this is a confidential process. The parties do not need to be confidential, but the mediator is silent to anything outside. They cannot refer to him or her in the court, or what's being discussed in that room is there. So let's clarify the mediation process. Mediation starts with pre-mediation stage. And at this stage, the mediator contacts to the parties either face-to-face or through phone calls, invite them to mediation meetings, and explain the ground rules, ground principles, that his role or her role is neutral. Each party will be given enough space and time to express themselves. This is the most, I guess, crucial, important part. And mediation is a voluntary process. They can quit anytime, or they can request one-to-one meeting, coaching with the mediator, or they can request consulting to someone else. And any party may request at any time one-to-one meetings with the mediator, which is called in the mediation terminology, caucus. And as I said, it is a confidential process that the mediator is keeping silent to outside. And in the mediation day, mediation starts with mediator welcoming the parties, make the participants seated most comfortable way. Even in environments like Zoom, this is valid as well. Sometimes they don't want to sit face to face. Once participants are settled, the mediator will again reiterate the ground rules that this is a voluntary act. You are free and you're responsible for your resolutions, and free and responsible from logotherapy. And confidentiality to be attained. Mediator is neutral. So the content and the process, the parties will they will decide who will start first, what to talk. Mediator do not control anything there. A mediator is just a very neutral. Even someone gets heated and shouts, the mediator is keeping silent as well. So the role of the mediator is to be present and proactive listening. In logotherapy or existential therapy terms, phenomenological listening. So we should not only listen what's being said, we should be listening how it's been said, the body language, the emotions as well. So the main task of the mediator is be present and be in an I-thou relationship. So why this is important? Because this is important. The mediator has to help the empowerment and recognition shifts to occur. So he or she should really sniff the opportunities. What I mean, if he or she hears something, I feel bad. This is a very good sign for making that person be clear about his situation. Or if he hears something, you are bad, this is also an opportunity for recognition shift. I feel bad is a recognition, is an opportunity for empowerment shift. Hearing you are bad is also an opportunity for recognition shifts. And this is the toughest part. The mediator has to work within himself or herself, which means non-judgmental openness to each party. So if we see, oh, this party is doing wrong, we shouldn't really intervene. We should really keep the non-judgmental openness state. Because in essence, this is a very logotherapic, let me say, belief, believing that in the essence, each person is strong and existentially desires to be in meaningful interaction with the other. So we believe that anyone has strength to change his state from weak to strong and wants to get involved with the other. And comfortable with strong emotions and negative interactions. Strong emotions are opportunities for those empowerment and recognition shifts, basically. So in our palette, what we do, we reflect. In other words, not reflect what we hear, but reflect the emotions, reflect the body language. In other words, this is the application of phenomenology. And summarize the themes. We should summarize what are the commonalities they may have. They will both really experience what common values do they have, and what in where the differences are. And when summaries being made, they have to make decisions. So to really foster decision making, Socratic dialogues is required. So in the palette of a mediator, reflecting, summarizing, and conducting Socratic dialogues is essential, and he has to be really very neutral. So if we summarize it, the mediator has to be attentively listen without leading or directing. This is very hard, by the way. Provide a safe space for each party to express themselves. Listen like a co and reflect back what's been said, what emotions being captured, what body language is being captured, and sometimes summarizing common themes and the differences, and conducting Socratic dialogues. So through this, we will try to make the parties change their state from unsettled to calmer, from confused to clearer, from chaos to meaning, from fearful to confident, from disorganized to more focused, from unsure to more decisive, and from self-protective to more attentive, and from defensive to more open. So this is my case. I will try to explain how I conducted this logotherapy enhanced transformative mediation. It is in a business context. So a family-owned, this is a small to medium-sized manufacturing company, faces a growing tension between the siblings, Murat and Aslı, who worked in leadership roles, and their father, the founder of the company, requested mediation after communication of his two children could not communicate well. So this took 2 days, 1.5 days actually, not 2 days. So mediations are really very fast. And let's clarify the roles. Murat, the big brother of the family, and he spent most of his time in that company from his young ages. He's a mechanical engineer, and his role is general manager, and his orientation is business result oriented. And for him, sales and productivity is the most important thing. Aslı, the youngest sister of the family, she recently completed her MSc in international marketing, joined the company as marketing director. And her orientation is vision oriented, and she focused on branding. She wants to create a good brand of the company. So how did the conflict emerged? Aslı's first big project was renewing the company's webpage to elevate brand image. At the project launch meeting, Murat, his brother, publicly criticized her work in a very harsh tone. Feeling humiliated, Aslı withdrawn from the company life. And when the father saw her sitting disappointed, she reverted to the updated company's leaflet and stated, "I am the as if marketing director. Even the drivers in this latest company picture, but not me." So the father tried to mediate this with his son, the general manager, Murat, but Murat responded very coldly that this is not a kindergarten. And the father, unable to take sides, sought conflict coaching and mediation. There, we've got involved in this case. And so I started with the pre-mediation. I called them through phone and invite them into a voluntary mediation process. I explained that I was reaching out at their father's request, and my role was not to solve the conflict, but to support their conversation. Key messages I shared: conflicts are not a failure. It's a break in the communication, meaningful communication. My role as a mediator or coach is create a safe space to support your dialogues and help them to have the best possible conversation that they can make. And the ground rules, same ground rules. This is a voluntary process, confidential. Even I will not say anything to your father. And you should decide what to talk, who should begin, and what to bring, how to deal with. You are free. And their initial responses from our phone call is, the Murat said, "My father was always intervenes. As a general manager, I don't have any authority. Since my father requested, I am doomed to attend to this one. It is beyond my choice. And we are a small manufacturing company trying to survive. This is not a kindergarten." I once, and he said, I actually told my father the resolution. The resolution was to establish a family constitution so that everyone can have the right have the right have the right to make decisions. But the father rejected this because Murat wanted his wife to be in this family constitution. My father ordered this mediation, and I'm accepting your ground rules, but it is like a child play for me. He stated this. And what I, from this discussion, this dialogue, what I initially acquired, so loss of authority is one of the theme for him, over responsibility. He feels he's trying to leading a small manufacturing company, and nowadays it is very tough, and frustration with family hierarchy and skepticism about the mediation process. And the youngest sister of the family, Aslı, when I called her, said, "I know, my father told me." And she complained that they see me as still the little daughter of the family. And without strong brand awareness, the company cannot grow. So first thing first, we have to do is to establish a good branding. And my brother's attitude at the webpage launch meeting shocked me, because he was always the family member I felt close to, and I'm also close to his wife. So I couldn't, I was in a shock. He was so friendly to me in the family. And she complained, she really shared her frustration in a traditional Turkish family. This is a very traditional family, by the way. Respect must go to father first, then to the elder brother. I'm afraid I cannot express myself freely, even though you emphasize it in mediation. So underlying themes that I can gather: need for recognition, professional identity not respected, betrayal of emotional closeness, and cultural constraints on self-expression. So in the day of mediation, we met in the father's office around the small round table. I re-emphasized how we could proceed. My opening statement is, you have differences. My hope is that you can have the best possible conversation about them or about anything else you wish to discuss. And my role is to support your conversation, not direct it. I'm here only to enhance your dialogue. You will hear me reflect what each of you say to help confirm what you meant to say, ensure the other has a chance to truly hear you. So reflection in logotherapy terms provides a self-distancing capacity, calls that capacity, self-distancing. So it is very crucial to really reflect what's been said. At times, I may summarize what I've heard, so you can see how your perspectives relate to one another. So the ground rules: this is your conversation. You should decide who should start first, what to discuss, and this is a voluntary process. We continue as long as you find it useful. It is fully confidential. I will not speak a word to your father. And for flexibility and support, you may talk with me privately at any point. You may take a break whenever needed. Any suggestions for making this conversation more meaningful are most welcome. So Murat just said that Aslı, you started first. So he gave the first talk to Aslı. She was very anxious, and she said, I'm very disappointed. Nobody treats me as a real marketing lead, and I'm not in the latest company photograph. And I should have led that renewing company leaflet project, not the sales manager, because I'm trying to create the image of the company. Hurt by Murat's harsh criticism at the webpage launch meeting, and she said, I even updated the product catalog of each and every product we have. You become someone else when we enter into this building. So, of course, from the mediation perspective, each time Aslı spoke, I reflected her words back to her, helping her to hear herself clearly. So this supported empowerment, enabling her to articulate her experiences fully. In logotherapy layer, her disappointments was reframed not as a weakness, but as an expression of meaning violated, the value of dignity, the value of belonging, and calling for acknowledgement. And his brother, Murat, just started to talk. He said, I feel like a kindergarten teacher, not a general manager. Felt abandoned during the company filming. You weren't absent. I was searching for you. Then I said, let's film it. You were absent at that day. Updating the product catalog is not yours, but sales manager's responsibility, he said. Frustrated that Aslı didn't update him in the web page design and focused too much on the visual content. We are not at home or in an art studio. I want to run the company rationally. That was his claim. And he said, you were too much involved in searching and working for visual content. And from transformative intervention, I reflected each of Murat's points to strengthen his clarity and self-expression, helped him articulate the gap between his expectation and reality, and in the logotherapy layer, meaning behind his anger, responsibility, duty, survival of the company, and his values, rationality, autonomy, professionalism. By reflecting his deeper motives, he began shifting from reaction to reflection. So their conversation get deeper, and Aslı stated, you didn't assign me to the advertising filming. That was 100% marketing job. No one informed me about the date or time. We lost a brand building opportunity, she said. And she continued, you always say this place is not a kindergarten, but when you wanted to automate our business processes with the use of an ERP package, I defended you against my father. The father was objecting to bring IT stuff and try to automate the business processes. I brought my friend who was an expert on ERP and helped you on that. She warned. And then I even objected when our father wanted to exclude spouses from the family constitution for justice to your wife. I want your wife to be within that family constitution establishment. So Murat, I didn't give you the filming project because sales came first and you were busy with the tasks outside your role with, with those images, visual contents and such things. But thank you. With your help, we convinced my father and automated our processes by the ERP project with success. And your support for the family constitution was really appreciated. So from transformative, of course, each time when they stated, I was reflecting, and I provided summarizing for Aslı. My efforts are not recognized. I feel isolated. For Murat, I'm too overwhelmed to orient you and see some tasks some tasks as misplaced. Aslı became more clear and strong with she really defended herself, that she really backed him, and she provided support in the ERP and in the family, establishing a family constitution. Murat's body language, opening, arms unfolded, leaning in before the phone interruption, because at that moment Murat got a call, and in a rush he left it because his father was calling, and his father was stating, you have to come immediately. So we had to terminate we had to pause the mediation. It was nearly noon. And in the afternoon, Aslı requested to meet one-to-one, so a caucus session. She there really expressed her anxieties, that I'm very disappointed. Nobody takes me seriously in this company. I love my job, and I believe in it. I wanted to contribute with it, and we let her revisit that webpage launch meeting, and regretted not involving Murat in that process, but she was shocked with her brother's very aggressive attitude in that meeting. She feel humiliated, but I see no way out. He doesn't take me seriously, but of course, as a mediator, I was only reflecting, summarizing, and asking Socratic questions, nothing else. So she came to the conclusion, I can't stand not being taken seriously, but I have to learn how to lead. But I have to preserve my dignity as well. So in the reflections repeated her core themes: feeling invisible, unrecognized, abandoned, and confused by Murat's dual identity: at home different, at work different. So Aslı was invited Aslı to replay the meeting as a theater scene, to have to let her to experience self-distancing, to deepen her awareness, helped her articulate what she expected, what she received. So this is it. And the next day, when we came back, Murat said, I want to speak up first. And his father called him yesterday because the sales and procurement manager resigned. And this was the third sales manager in 2 years. So the company's attrition rate is very high, although it's a very small company. Aslı, I want to apologize for my attitude. My concerns about the web page were still valid, but I became overly transactional. So at night, I thought all night, I need to change my attitude. Last night, I found a Harvard Business course on transformative leadership and immediately registered. Aslı, can you help me practice what I learn? It might help both of us grow in our managerial roles. So he has get the awareness that he's doing transactional management and doing micromanagement, and this gets he gets very nervous, feels not managing well. So he gets such awareness, and he took action. So so from transformative interventions, create space for Murat to initiate the session, take responsibility, and voice his reflections without interruption. Murat's apology and acknowledgement of Aslı's potential opened doors for genuine reconnection. Murat moved from defensiveness to openness, from control to collaboration. So allowed Murat's request for Aslı's help to stand as a self-generated invitation to partnership, not a mediator-imposed solution. So this is the end of 1.5 day mediation that I was really satisfied. That's all. So
Thank you very much. It was such an interesting case. Anyone has any questions, please? Or I have. Could you please tell the difference between, you mentioned coaching and mediation. What are the differences there?
In coaching, in mediation, first of all, you have to be really very neutral. Maybe maybe same in coaching as well, but here and in mediation, you have to be really. The parties may get very aggressive, That's one part, and you have to really work with yourself in mediation that you should not really get involved, or you may evaluate internally that the weak party is being eaten by the strong party. Not intervene there. You should really, in yourself, every person is in essence strong, and they want to have a meaningful interaction with the others. So this is very important. And in mediation, all you're doing here is having a phenomenological dialogue, just giving the picture back, summarizing what are the themes, what are the commonalities, and what are the differences, and asking questions for them to make choices. When they make choices, they feel strong. They are gaining strength. And when they gain strength, they are starting to pay attention to the others' point of views. So I guess in mediation, it's more strict. Your palette is more predefined.
Thank you very much. And Annabella has a question, please.
Thank you very much. The question here is that sometimes you are really a translator, right? The translator of feelings. They are talking the same language. They are having their own context, and what you are translating sometimes is this, how can I say, how do you say, no, nudo? Well, this thing that it's involved between the two parts, and maybe it's only one little thing that they are not understanding. And with this respectful, when you said, I am repeating, like validating, but with their own words, sometimes in that beautiful part, you make the other understand the meaning. So the translation that you do it's a hard translation. It's what I would like to say, and I really congratulate you.
Thank you. I would not say translation. It's a phenomenological process. So what I'm trying to describe what my intention goes. I'm providing a description. So the parties, when I repeat, when I provide a phenomenological description, they think, is it what I meant? So they are getting clear. They hear themselves, even their emotions. Of course, I'm mapping their emotions to meanings, to values as well, from logotherapy perspective, and reflecting back. So they are listening. So self-distancing is being accomplished, and they are making choices. I didn't want to mean that, so it was fuzzy, so let me change. So internally, they are making choices, and through this, they are becoming clearer. And the other party hears this as well. So this is the, I guess, power of phenomenology.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you, dear Annabella. Nice to see you here.
And we have the question from our colleague and participant Eteri, who asked you, where do you use mediation? In what areas besides business? And is there any demand? And what stage does the will to make sense emerge on the part of the participants, and how specifically do you facilitate this?
Actually, beyond business, it's very frequently used in family crisis and in divorce cases and in neighborhoods and even in politics. So wherever there is a crisis, potentially this can be this can be utilized, and transformative mediation is developed by a law professor, a Jewish law professor. He's in Stanford University, Baruch Bush, and he's claiming this can be very fruitful in very old political crisis as well. So the answer is, why did I involve? Because earning life only, teaching logotherapy is not sufficient. So in Turkey, there are lots of cases. I mean, law cases, and the government make it a legislation that first a mediation, the parties has to go through mediation. Most of the time it is rental cases. So I want to teach lawyers coaching skills, logotherapy based coaching skills. That was my motivation to start this, to earn money.
Thank you very much. And I think the second part of this question was also very interesting. At what stage does the will to make sense emerge on the part of the participants? For example, they are arguing between each other, they have very harsh tone, and on what stage do they hear to each other?
When they hear themselves, what they are saying, when they started making choices, they gain a distance from themselves. So from that point on, they are starting to, the noetic barriers are started to open. So in such cases, at any moment, an inner dialogue between the nous and the psyche, nous internally starts within that parties. So at any time in this process.
Okay, and how you support the starting point of the stage?
Can you repeat the question?
How you support this starting point of the stage?
I just state the ground rules and believing that in essence every person is strong and wants to recognize the other. This is the I have to work with myself. I should not intervene. I should not. And this is their conversation. They are free to choose whatever they want to talk. Who should start? They are also responsible for the process. Someone gets very angry, shouts, tries to intimidate the other. Doesn't matter. You're still trying to keep your neutral position.
Thank you. Any more questions? Yeah, by the way, I am the person who has lots of questions. In case you mentioned that they has an option to contact you privately.
Yeah.
So in this case, who you are, a coach or a mediator? In what jacket are you in that case?
In generally, I'm there as a mediator, but each mediator has to have a coaching skills. So coaching skills are very crucial. But in Turkey, to be a real mediator, you have to have a law degree. So, all I'm doing is providing this service to business because there you name it as crisis management, crisis coaching. There are some legislative restrictions that I cannot call myself a mediator.
Oh, I see. That's very interesting. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, if you find some questions later, you can always write on our chat, and we will transfer these questions to the speakers. Thank you very much. This
You're
topic
welcome.
was really very interesting and important. Thank you for that opportunity to listen to you.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here. Thank you, Nino.
Thanks a lot. And before we go to a break, we'll have another participant, a great speaker. He is from South Africa, and it's Dr. Kanda. Dr. Kanda serves as a senior clinical manager at Westkopis Psychiatric Hospital. He is a logotherapy facilitator at the Viktor Frankl Institute of South Africa, and he is an e-tutor for the Department of Anthropology at the University of South Africa as well. And his topic is logotherapy application in group setting, which is also very interesting and important.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm using two devices because I have a problem with connections. So on the device I'm using currently, I would like to have a camera and I would like to share my presentation. Unfortunately, it's raining, so it's on and off. So I've put another device beside just in case. Yeah, so I was saying thank you very much for your kind introduction. And thanks again for organizing this platform for us to share some experiences. For today, I would like to share my thoughts on applying logotherapy in a context of a group to facilitate recovery among people suffering from severe mental illnesses. I would like to share my screen. I believe you can all Yeah. So as you can see on this, I have the two flags of South Africa, which is where I am working in, but I'm originally from DRC, Congo. So this is the outline of my presentation. I'd like to a little bit share on the context of logotherapy recovery group, in which context we would apply this type of intervention. Say something about the severe mental illnesses and existential questions. The aim of this presentation described a little bit of the theme we got through the logotherapy recovery group and have a discussion. So in a context like ours in South Africa or in Africa, people living with chronic conditions such as HIV and AIDS and severe mental illnesses face existential or spiritual challenges which need to be addressed. The diagnosis of these conditions generally trigger what some social scientists have called biographical disruption. Many people living with severe mental illnesses, they do experience what anthropologists described as social death, that they are socially dead if they are still physically living. And generally, we know as well that people living with chronic conditions such as HIV and AIDS or severe mental illnesses, they do face spiritual challenges which needs to be addressed. I'm sorry, I'm repeating that. And the process of living with mental illnesses, that process or that experience is not limited only to physical and psychological dimension. It also involves the social and spiritual dimension. And it's important in our context, in African context, that to know that we are working in an environment of poverty, violence, and displacement. And that context has an impact on the way people experience that process of becoming, of living with a severe chronic condition, in this case with mental illnesses. So it has been, we have observed that as well, that when one is living with such a condition, is going through a process of suffering, which generally leads to isolation, alienation, and what I call social control disorientation, that one loses touch with his or her community, and that takes someone far from the values of that community. So we all know that having the experience of living with the severe mental illnesses would exacerbate the existential or spiritual questions. These questions, we believe they are universal. Everyone asks them from time to time, but they become important and critical when someone goes through a process of the suffering from a severe mental illnesses. And they are generally questioned around the meaning of 5 areas: meaning of life, the meaning of death, the meaning of suffering, the meaning of work, and the meaning of love. And we also know that when we know or we deny these questions, or when we provide inadequate response to these questions, that can lead to an existential frustration, which can result into an existential vacuum. Severe mental illnesses, like any other suffering, would exacerbate the facing of what we Frankel called tragic triumph. We believe everyone is exposed to this, but people who go through suffering, they are actually living that. So that is the pain, guilt, and the facing death, which can be the result of the suffering they are going through. And that can lead to a sense of despondency. So hopelessness with the existential vacuum can also result into despair with the neurotic triad, as Uncle described, that's depression, addiction, and aggression. So it's also important to acknowledge that existential vacuum can also be displayed by doubt, that one experiences a sense of life or to not know which decision, which direction to take, which way of living, and having a life, which goes to what I mentioned initially, that of social cultural disorientation. So the aim of this presentation is basically to advocate for logotherapy recovery group as an intervention for prevention and management of existential distress as crisis of meaning. By the way, I went through some literature and I thought, when it comes to existential distress, maybe these authors or these existential distress proposed by the University of Notre Dame of Australia picked up a number of manifestations, what one can call existential distress. That is feeling trapped by the illness, having a sense of hopelessness, loss of roles, wish to die, hopelessness, loss of control, depression, and confusion. So I thought I should share. It is important that we manage to take care of people suffering from severe mental illnesses, not look only to their illnesses, their symptoms, signs and symptoms of the illness, but we also have to listen at an existential level and pick up if there is any spiritual distress need to be taken care of. So in this case, the logotherapy recovery group, which we provided, was in the form of a meaning-centered dialogue to facilitate recovery. It was provided in a small private hospital, which is specialized into rehabilitation services to people living with severe mental illnesses. And those who were admitted in this hospital, they were generally stable on medication, but they were not found not yet ready to go home, to go and live in the community. So they were kept admitted in this private hospital. So these people who I call residents, they were provided while they were in the hospital, different healthcare services by different healthcare professionals, such as psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, and social workers. But I suggested to provide logotherapy recovery group in the hospital in a form of open group. Open group meaning that the group was open to any resident who was willing to join the group, and he could exit anytime. And new members were more than welcome anytime. So it was not a fixed group in terms of membership. Generally, the session took place with about 12 members. And this session were held twice a week on Wednesday and Thursday. And as I said, the participation was voluntary. As I also mentioned, it was an open group. The main rule of the group in this discussion was to maintain safety of each, all be it physical or emotional, social safety. Safety was the main rule that everyone had to follow. That whatever do, no one should be violated in any form. Besides and other ethical rules. So as the main logotherapist facilitating the sessions, I had to write a report of the session, which I submitted to the hospital for quality improvement and to follow the process of the session. But separately, I also had my own personal note. As you know, by profession, I am an anthropologist. So it is one of the way of living that I do keep my own personal note. In this case, I kept my personal note of each session. So I provided this session in this hospital for about 2 to 3 years, from 2016 to 2018. And what I'm going to do with you here are the notes of the year 2017, which were January to December. When looking at this note, I thought I would share with this presentation, I would share with you some of the things I picked up when looking at the note from a logotherapy perspective, looking to where the problem the member presented, what could be their logo problem, and what were they logo ins from the members. So as these themes, I realized that I could categorize the theme into 3 groups. The first one being that problems they had, problem about themselves, about other people, or about the world. And the second group was themes related to what we would call logo problems, being what was them from fulfilling meaning in their life, or what was the obstacle to the will to meaning as the primary motivational factor. And then the third group was the logo as fused to values which came out during the conversation into the session. I have to say, when it comes to problems, I have a long list, as you can see. Most of the time, throughout the year, different members mentioned the issue of suffering and realized that suffering was affecting everybody, regardless of the classes, rich people or poor people, that they were facing unavoidable suffering, a suffering which they could not avoid. And they were also avoiding to talk about their suffering, so that when they meet or they are in conversation, they would talk about anything else but not about the suffering. They also shared the experience of being hopeless and helpless in face of genetic and chronic condition, because most of them were told that, look, your schizophrenia or bipolar condition is more likely to be conditions, so they had not much they could do about that. Of course, the issue of price in our place came in. The issue of members were either victim of rape or abuse, or they had witnessed this happening to other people close to them. They reported issues of dealing with group conflicts, feeling useless, worthless, and there's physical condition. We know now that people living with mental illness, they also have a condition. So you do have that morbidity, which can become a challenge, a problem for them as well. And of course, they experience being isolated, alienated, not feeling, not belonging. The other problem they reported was that of not being heard as a child during their childhood, or as someone having mental illness that they view are not, people take decisions for them. So they are not acknowledged, and they reported the family conflict, sibling conflict, the divorce of parents, which affected them. And also the experience of, as I mentioned, being mentally ill and being treated as nobody. And as it was what I mentioned, that some anthropologists talk of social death. They also reported of relapse, which was quite something which came quite often, that when they were stable, the next thing, when will I get sick again? And that was with a sense of frustration of getting sick again. They reported the loss of power to decide for those other people decide for them. And something which important was that they are being told that you do have bipolar, or you do have major depressive disorder, or a personality disorder, or a schizophrenia. On its own, it is a distressing experience. And that's the diagnosis with their identity also brought, presented to them as a problem. The other problem they mentioned, suffering of other people, the way, because of suffering in their life or in the community, they had difficulties of dealing with suicidal thought, which came from time to time. The other problem they presented was past painful experiences or traumatic events. Some of the members shared the experience of having gone to school and practicing a career which was the choice of their parents, of other family members. So they felt like they were doing something which was not of their own choice. And some also reported that they were not allowed to follow or practice their artistic passion. The other problem, as I said here, was that socially they felt that inexistent or dead, and they also had life, sometimes no hope of healing. So the another group of those are what I've mentioned before are the things which I thought are related to the problem. But the things related to the logo problem were themes like guilty feeling. Some reported that since childhood they were forced to say sorry by abuse. That even when they were not wrong, because they were small, they were to be the one who were wrong, and they had to say sorry. And the other one was that sense of loss of themselves, especially after a loss of the violence or financial loss, or even having received a diagnosis, they would struggle with their identity of who they are. And that would prevent them from having a sense of the purpose and the meaning in their life. They had the difficulty of, at time, not in the group, the difficulties of answering the question of why are we. That inability to answer that question gave them the sense of being stuck, not being able to move on with life. The other difficult question was is there any sense, is there purpose in our lives when we are going through such type of suffering? And the doubt of that would be a blockage or an obstacle to the will to meaning. They had the challenge of finding meaning, even asking if actually life has meaning, and believing that there was no meaning in life if one has to go through such type of suffering in their life. They also had, as I mentioned, the related or reported suicidal ideas. So some had that sense of not living the life of other people, or pleasing other people, or just not knowing how to live, and not living their life, basically. Some of the logo came quite often in the session is that they would realize that despite suffering, the event which would make them laugh at themselves or at life. And that was an opportunity for some of them to realize that despite life, there were still things which could make them laugh, which were worth living. They showed sign of wanting to be in the group and actually having the courage to tell their story. Because, as I said, that during childhood or in the period of being told that they have mental illness, they are not allowed, or they are not given an opportunity of giving their own opinion, their side of the story. So in the group, being given that space of safety, they found the courage of telling the story, regardless of the suffering they went through. The other thing we picked, which pointed to some values, where they realized, some of them, that they had artistic abilities. Not all of them, but some of them. Some could bring painting, which they did, and share with the group. Some could sing and share with the group. Some could share some of the pieces of their writing which they had. And that brought some sense of values in their life, and some sense of hope that they could develop into that route of applying their artistic abilities. They also valued the support, just to realize that despite everything they were going through in life, they could find themselves in this group and be able to support each other. It's something they really value. As I said, it was for me very, very important to stress on safety, that we needed to make sure that everyone in the group feels safe. You might have asked me why that was very important for me. As you know, some of you, I'm working in an environment of people suffering from mental illnesses, the risk of assault is always something one has to be aware of. And so it was important to stress on that. So because of that, members realized that they were capable of supporting each other. And they even find role models within the group. Within the group, they could see that some of the members had some values. They were good in a particular way of dealing with issues, or they presented themselves in a that they wanted to follow that as role model. And indeed, actually, some said and talked, about the feeling safe in the group. That was something which was for them, and they were looking forward to have the group. The other logo was the value of learning. The realization that regardless of the illness, in the group where they were talking openly to each other, they could learn a certain number of things. But the most important thing was they could learn some of the things about themselves, which they did not know. So that the group gave them an opportunity to reflect and learn a little bit more themselves and what they were capable or not capable of. That as well, they also valued the ability to change their attitude. Like we are capable of laughing in this situation where we are, then we can work differently, and we can take a different mode of living in our life. One other logo of values or cue which came quite often was the love of family, either the love of parents or siblings or which one. And this was something which was very important and valued by the group. They also valued, or they were looking forward to just their freedom in small activities, day living, where to sit, which book to, or if they had wanted to do the painting, to choose what they could paint and so on. Just having that choice of small activities in their life is something that really valued. The other thing which quite open was that in terms of hope and faith, the other one was the ability to play. That regardless of the illness, regardless of the context within which they were in, they could still play. They could still pass some time with the game with some other members or have some recreational activities. Those were moments also valued. Some also valued who they were as person. To say, regardless of the illness, regardless of the condition, they were still worth living, and that's what was an important aspect. The other aspect which came quite often were the logo ins related to hope in life, that they could still find hope regardless of what they were going through. The other one was the discovery of their talent and gifts. As I said, valued the opportunity. Some were looking forward to having the discussion and discovering what they were capable and what they were not capable, to discuss and find what they were good at. linked to that belief of self, in that process, they also valued the process of just discovering who they were, in terms of realizing that the kind of life they were living was maybe they were living in a way to please other people, but they could discover that who they are really are in life. That was something they also valued. They valued as well the experience, not happiness, but the experience. They having and feeling happy despite mental illness. That was quite specific moment which they measured that yes, regardless of the mental illness, it was still possible to experience happiness. As much as reading one story calls for courage, they valued the courage to be vulnerable, to admit that yes, I have a mental illness, or yes, I'm unable to perform this and this task, or yes, I've been exposed to very traumatic event in my life, but having the courage to admit that, having the courage to admit their vulnerability was something they also find very, very important. I mentioned already the safety, which was important. They'd also talked to issues of God in their life, which came in the conversation, in the dialogue with them. So as I mentioned, the existential question, which everyone might have, they are triggered by mental illness, can be put in three. They can be related to one's identity. Who am I? Who are we? Or they can also be related. And the problem one is, where are we? What, when? And then we have that group of the meaning category, which is about the meaning of life, the meaning of the moment, which is a category of existential questions. But you see from my presentation, this group, one thing which I picked up as I was looking at these notes is that quite a lot of time is spent on focusing on the problem, the suffering, the hopelessness, the depression, and so on, and the traumatic event, what happened in their life. That took quite a lot of the discussion in this session. And compared to reflecting or thinking about meaning of the moment and meaning in life, this brought me to the place of the difference between personal and clinical recovery. You'd realize that generally in the hospital, the way we treat our people with mental illness, we spend much time on reducing or managing the symptoms. So I thought maybe this could be the reason why the people themselves would spend quite a lot of time talking about the problem than looking at the meaning issues in their life. So the logotherapy group, as we provided it, basically, the group was basically using the concept of logotherapy as education to responsibilities. That we try to facilitate the conversation or the dialogue in the session in a way that the resident could reflect to what is their responsibility in terms of responsibility as an ability to respond to the demand of the moment. Yes, this and this happened into my life. How do I decide to behave in my life right now? And we did that by using Socratic dialogue, which is based on the spiritual capacity of intuitive knowledge. And by the way, Frankl said, conscious could be defined as the intuitive capacity of man to find out the meaning of a situation. This is actually was one of the critical points we were navigating or inviting the members of the group to reflect on. So in conclusion, I believe that we from a logotherapy perspective, recovery for people having mental illnesses can be viewed as a process finding meaning, and it can be facilitated in a group setting. Thank you very much. I thought I would share with you this of the experience of facilitating a logotherapy recovery group. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Kanda, thank you very much for your experience and for these meaningful presentations, and for your all efforts, because you said you had some technical problems and rain today. So thank you very much.
Sorry, Nina, you are muted. I can't hear you.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. I thanked you for everything, for all your effort, for your presentation, and besides the difficulties you had, you made a very important topic today. Thank you very much. And the question goes to Dr. Dida. Good day, and nice to see you this year as well.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Memduh. I just saw Memduh's hand as well. I'm not sure he wasn't before me. But anyway, thank you, Kanda, for a wonderful, extremely interesting lecture. And I have actually two questions, and I hope I could understand you correctly, because indeed there were hearing disturbances because of the internet. So the first question is just to be informed whether the group was a combined set of the HIV patients, like physical problems, together with the psychiatric problems, illnesses. It was together. That is just one question. But for me, the more important question is that such a logotherapy group sessions can be a very, very powerful tool to help people. But as you said in the beginning, if I understood you correctly, it was an open group. And the fact that it was voluntarily is fine completely and not compulsory. But if it was an open group that anybody could either join or leave at any time, how could you create the safety which is so important for sharing and to show your vulnerability and all the points that you shared with us, that people could suddenly share their life story? And I can imagine like being abused, or even what you brought, like not being heard as a child, etc., etc. How could you create that safety? And was your purpose actually more to let them express themselves, or did you really aim for intervention that would bring to change?
Thank you very much, Dida. The first question is very important in terms of selecting. Generally, when we talk of group session, they would say you need to have people who have common problem, so then you can form a better group. Yes, indeed. In this case, the group was open to anybody who is admitted in this private hospital, which is a psychiatric hospital providing rehabilitation services.
Again, you're broken, dear Kanda.
One of the discussion was, should them me now? Tida, can you hear me now?
Now you're back, but there were some sentences we couldn't hear.
Yeah, so I felt after the experience that regardless of the difference of condition, it could be schizophrenia or bipolar mood disorders, the commonality was the existential distress, was the existential conditions. So most of them had a severe mental illness, and some, in addition, they had physical condition, either HIV and AIDS, seizure, epilepsy, or hypertension and diabetes. But they had mostly mental illnesses. So that's one thing. The second thing is the group being open. How do we manage to find a sense of safety? That is something which was repeated in every session, that we needed to make sure that everyone feel safe, one. And second, that everyone was free to join the group and to leave the group anytime. The other one was that they were at all time given the opportunity to choose what they wanted to share, that they would share what they want to share when they feel ready. So actually I thought the group, it's not only open, it is open to the group member, but it's also open as a dialogue. So we did not have particular, how will I call it, agenda beforehand. So we meet, we share the rules, mainly safety, mainly freedom of choice to be in the group and to share or not share, and say, what would you like to discuss today? What is it important to you today? What was the day? What was your life? And they will take it from there. I don't know if I've answered your question. So there was a lot of improvisation, avoiding to have literally not having an agenda. So we know if we would meet on Wednesday, we knew I did not know what we are going to talk about. And I did not know who are the people who are going to come, who are the people who are not going to be in there. So at each moment, people were just brought to that moment of saying, I'm in this moment now, what am I allowed? What do I feel free to talk about? And I believe that might have brought a sense of security to share what they, yeah.
And so if Nino allows me, I would go on with that question. If you say that they still could feel safe because the rules were repeated every time in the beginning, etc., could you see change over time with those particular people who did share, or is it only that they felt somewhat easier because they had shared their story or whatever was on their heart on that particular day?
Yeah, see, your question is a very tricky one. We are living in an evidence-based practice. I'm hoping in the near future to run the same concept, but this time with the aim of following in terms of seeing if there's been an improvement or not. Because if I give you my opinion right now, it will be more subjective. It was, for this presentation, my thought was just to raise to our attention, awareness that logotherapy can be used not only in an individual setting, but it can also be used in a group setting. And most importantly, to raise the awareness of saying, it is important for us to deal with the existential issues people living with mental illness are going through. Because clearly, what I can say, yes, many of the members were surprised that we talked about issues of death, issues of hope, of believing, issues of the attitude. And that was coming as a surprise. Oh, we can laugh. Look, oh, you know how to sing. Oh no, I did not know you have a beautiful voice. You can sing. No, I used to sing when I was a child, but I was never given a chance to continue singing. Okay, sing for us. So
Yeah.
so yes. So those are the things which they felt no, but we never discussed this. When we meet, we always be told, this is your illness, it's genetic, these are the symptoms, this is the medication, these are the side effects, these are the things. So with that, actually, there were some kind of hyper intention or hyper reflection. So group just took them. So yes, I hope,
Shifted the
yes,
focus.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so honestly, I wouldn't want to say I made any change in their life or not. We might need to have a proper study, which we should design to say, does it make a difference in the course of their life?
Of the
Thank
time, yeah. Thank you so much. It is really very important work. And also Frankl used it in prisons, such group logotherapy. It's a very powerful tool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tida. Anyway, I got inspired by Frankl. So yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And Memduh, please.
Yeah, I also would like to thank you, Kanda, for your very influential endeavors. As far as I can catch, your logotherapy recovery group is based on logo hints, through logo hints, aiming, attitude modulation. I was very much fascinated by Elizabeth Lucas's The Reflection Group experience. Do you have any, do you know Elizabeth Lucas's The Reflection Group design? Because she is restricting people not to talk any of their problems, but de-reflecting the bright side of life. I was very much influenced from that Elizabeth Lucas's design. So I would like to ask, are you using de-reflection in your group settings? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to admit, Elizabeth Lucas, I never met her personally, but I've read quite a lot of her work, which is very fascinating, and I believe is one of the greatest logotherapists, from who I also got inspired to take the courage of applying logotherapy in medical setting. So indeed, I would say if I used de-reflection, it was unintentionally. It was not planned beforehand. And when I went in the group session, that is something I tried to refrain, was for me to have, at least consciously, I never know, maybe unconsciously I already have planned, but consciously I did not have an intention to say we are going to stop talking about problem and just looking at what is meaningful in life. Personally, I found even when they talk about their painful experiences, if we listen carefully, and even other members, a member might be telling her story of how she suffered from her life. And then another member would say, but do you realize that despite that, you are a teacher? So we grasp that and say, despite the pain you went through, you managed to be a teacher. Can you tell us that? So it was not planned beforehand. It's something we picked up. We picked up in the moment, in the session, and if possible, from what the other user, the other residents. I'm sorry, in the hospital where I'm working, we call people living with mental illness, we call them mental health care users. So I don't know if I've answered your question. The reflection, yes, but in an unintentional way, not
Thank you.
forcing it. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? If not, I want to thank once again Dr. Kanda for his clinical case, because it was really so important to hear about clinical cases as well. Thanks a lot. Okay, let's refresh a little bit. Let's have 15 minutes of break, and then we will return with 4 more speakers and 4 very meaningful topics. So stay in touch.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nino, until what time is it? I mean, how long more will it be after the break?
After the break, around 2 hours.
Okay, thank you very much. And also, I will give David Gutman your regards. He talks a lot about you.
Thank
Professor
you.
David Gutman. Yeah.
Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
It's a huge honor for me. Thank you.
Yeah, he loves you.
Same do I. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Let's move, and now I want to transfer the word to Christoph Schwaab from Germany. And thank you, Christoph, for joining us this year and all these years of the One Humanity Conference. And his topic is Team Values Workshop. And I want to also say a little bit about Christoph Schwaab. He is a social worker and manager of social work company Institute for Transcultural Solutions in Germany, and chairman of the social work section of the German Society for Logotherapy and Existential Analysis. So please.
Wow, okay. Hi all together. Thanks a lot, Nino. Can you hear me, everybody?
Yes, we do.
Good sound? Okay, perfect. Yes, I had a good fight with the techniques today, so I'm very happy that you can hear me and I can see you and it works finally. Yeah, the first thing is that I have to give to all or bring to all of you some welcoming remarks from the German Society for Logotherapy and Existential Analysis, especially to you, Nino, and a big thank for organizing this wonderful get-together and conference, which is for me especially something important because I also have some connection to Georgia and to you. We met in person in Georgia. That was something really big for me, and I hope to see you again soon, here, there, or wherever. Yeah, I will speak about a project I've made like the last 2 years with in total 4 social work teams, all of them around 6 to 8 persons. I will show you some pictures. I will have a small video, which is mainly in German, because this video was also the first workshop, and it is from the first workshop, and it's also it was the last project of my logotherapy studies. So I had to do some project work for the Institute for Logotherapy and Existential and Practical Philosophy, where I studied. So I will show you that one. And I will start with a text. This text I normally use to speak with the student educators. I started to work as a teacher, as a teacher on the school for educators, and in ethics, especially, there is a curriculum which has the word meaning like 200 times on 3 sides of paper in the curriculum. So I can place it like every day when I'm there. I can speak about values, about meaning, about Frankl, and a little bit of they start to hate me because it's very complicated for them, and philosophics are not a daily thing for them. So we have a great discussions over there. Okay. Educators as a directors, agility, meaning, and values in social work. Educators are comparable to stage directors, or maybe become comparable to stage directors. They intend situations and design short, medium, and long-term process. This process must be consistently communicated to the clients and continuously reflected upon and adapt according to the often highly dynamic reality. Mentally, agility is key of effective educational work. What I want to say about this opener is that opener passage is that what I inspired is that education of kids, and also in terms of social work, even if it's with people in poverty or addiction or fallout of the society, or what my lovely speaker before said, social death, yeah, is that it gets more and more, how to say, like the existential frustration is quite high, very high. And in the same moment, the people are faced with, especially the youngs are facing the social media topics. So they see every day what they are not able to be, and that there are like a social fails, wrong persons in the wrong moment of life, doing the wrong thing, are not rich, not on a travel, not in a 5-star hotel. And that's very hard for them. I have a lot of talks with my teams and also with the clients we have. It's around 70 for the moment. 20, I am manager of 20 social workers, and we have like 70 cases for the moment. So I think I have a good evidence every day to see how is life for them. And it's pretty hard. It's not hard in terms of, I'm from Germany, as you know. It's not hard in terms of poverty, or it's not hard in terms of they do not have a food or whatever. It's hard of taking decisions what are doing in life. And they are feeling as a social fails very often. And if they have it in a raw many times, then they really get existential frustrated. And the bad thing is that the reality is that the number of also suicides is rising up. So it's not about having money or having no money, food or no food or whatever. We have a rising number of youth suicides. To act agilely, a range of tools is required that can be easily and quickly incorporated and deployed in process design. These tools should be constantly up to date and accessible via short paths. This implies the reality that not every individual can master the same things at the same time within the same system. This creates diversity, which through a shared understanding of the case can evolve into a deep unity on the side of the team, social work teams. This effective pedagogical unity, classically known as the team, becomes particularly potent by meeting the new challenges of life. This requires agility in thought, flexibility in deployment of methods, and one's personal profile and develop personality as the fundamental basis. Together, social work and educational teams can develop sustainable attitudes and stances, for example, by developing common values as a group of social workers, as a group of teachers, as a group of adults in the end, yeah, doing things with different people. The creation of a canon of values is often a highly individualized process today, especially in the Middle West, I would say. There is no tradition like Frankl says, and it becomes much more than in 1978, that there is no tradition, there is no line to follow, there is no whatever. Yeah, you have to find your own way. You have to build your own compass inside. You have to have methods to build up this compass, because the compass is not still there anymore, or is hidden somewhere in a shelf, wherever. Yeah, it's not something you can grab easy. Therefore, it is all the more important to form teams of professionals who have been given the opportunity to get to know their own values. This is the first step. Who have already developed their stances within their training context, and who have actively developed their personality. So from the character to the personality, you know, this process, like Frankl was describing, or the idea of logotherapy. One's personal biography, often influenced by pedagogical practice and the way professionals engaged in assistance. This personal history can be equally obstructive or conductive. It depends if it's developed or not. The choices of one's profession today often happens under high pressure. The abundance of possibilities seems endless, and social media suggests the constant potential to achieve great success in the shortest amount of time. Pedagogical professionals and young people alike suffer from this, next to each other, in the same moment, as I experienced. What is more sustainable over a long professional career is the stance and the knowledge of an adaptable attitude. So attitude modulation in the idea after Viktor Frankl. Rather than a desired search for success and validation through the praise of recognition. He who wills much has much to lose. This is what I experienced as a pedagogue, a social worker. If you are asking the clients for what they have to do or how they have to be or whatever, then you will end up in a situation where you lose a lot. Yeah. He who is a why or what for endures almost anyhow. This is nothing new for you, but it's the opposite side. So I want to show you some pictures, or I have to share the screen for that. And I do not have the fancy PowerPoint thing because I hadn't had the possibility because of the technique. So, okay, let's see how it goes. Should be that one, and no, maybe like this. Okay, I try something which I never used. This is this next to each other mode, and the problem is that I cannot see what you can see now.
We see the folder
me,
with
yeah?
the different screen, different pictures.
Okay, this is the wrong. So now is the question how I can change it. Actually, this is the right, and then
This is probably your desktop, what we are seeing.
yeah, it is my desktop, but I need to find the right window, and I don't really understand. Now something happens. Okay, what you see is just two young persons. They are laying on the ground, and I will tell you why. Because the workshop they are recovering more or less, because the workshop normally starts inside the building, and in the new design it ends up outside the building, and we start inside to speak about the topic of meaning and values, especially personal values. And then I have some cards. Not only me, there's also Denise Binder in this list of people. She's my partner and she's working with me in these workshops. So we are giving the cards without telling each other which one value we have, like solidarity or whatever. Then we start a walk of around 20 minutes, and they have to fulfill this value they have with life, but without telling about the value, what it is. they have to act like a solidaric person, or they have to act like an open-minded person, or whatever it is. And then it's kind of a game afterwards to find out who has who had his value, fulfilled it with life, with like behavior or whatever. So this is afterwards. Then the second step, together, okay, this is easy outside, because this workshop is a mix of logotherapy and land art design. So in the next moment, I send them to the outside in the forest to collect the things they find to create, how is called the English word? I forgot about it. The team values code of arms. So code of arms, they build a code of arms with the materials they find in the nature. And they have to present these things they find like something from them. It's a soft thing which is connected to my part of my personality as a soft person in the whatever critical moments. Or I'm not a screaming person, I'm soft, I'm hard, I'm like this, I'm like this. They have to describe themselves a little bit after finding the things, and then they do some land art design. This is the one step. So in the next step, yeah, we have these cards. There is around 500. So you can see these cards over here in the middle of the team members. And we have around 80 of these cards, sometimes 100, it depends. And it's the values written on it, like optimism, solidarity, clarification, teamwork. What I did is to sort out the ones like richness, money. This is all the things I sort out. Only the things that have like a meaning for everybody, or as I say, if you fulfill it with life, it is more of that one in the world for everybody, not just for a small group. But if you get richer, it's just for you and maybe your friends and your family, but it's not for nothing to bigger up humanity for everybody. But if I am a solidaric person, without a if I act like a solidaric person, there will be more solidarity in the world for everybody. So it will accumulate. This is how I sorted these cards. And then in the first step, they have to sort out their own personal values, like 3 to 5 cards. Normally I say take like 3 to 5 values. You like them, or you know something about them. It's something about you. You have a connection to these values, personal ones. It has nothing to do with work or whatever. This moment is very special. Normally, if I say, okay, after 10 to 15 minutes, guys, let's go on, you will end up in a situation where they start to think about values, own values, the first time in their life. And they will not quit. They will say, okay, let's do it. Because they start to speak about the idea of values. They start to speak about their own principles, their own values, about the meaning of the values, about which one they get from the parents, which one they get from the own becoming develop the personality and whatever. This always was a very interesting point, or is an interesting point, which takes much more time than you think, and it can fulfill like whole afternoon. Now, what happens now is, oh shit. Oh, okay, sorry. What happens now is that they place the cards around the coat of arms they made before as a group. Not inside, around. This is like the important step. 1 out of 3. I want to stop when the picture is over there. So you can see the cards around this coat of arms. And now they have to go into the discussion with each other, which one of them, and not their own ones. They place all of them around, and now they walk around this coat of arms, and they discuss about which ones should be on the line between inside the coat of arms and outside. So they place them on the outside line of this kind of picture. which they created like in the nature as a team already. And in the next step, another person can take them up and put them inside the coat of arms. Inside, or you can also say the team value shield or whatever you want to say. Huh? They need to do it in a 3 steps. First, collect the personal 1 second, you put it around, and then they put it on the outside line. And in the 3rd step, another person, always they change the position, another person put them inside. So they have some kind of synergy in deciding which values or principles go inside and which ones stay outside. So this is what they do now. And then they place them inside on this coat of arms, or as I like to say, team value shield. And it looks like this. It looks very beautiful, in my opinion. And now what I do in the end, as the last step of this like more or less technical part, which is not like deeply connected with philosophic topic. It is deeply connected with philosophic topic. In the end, it looks like this. And then I take a picture of it and I print it to a pinboard. You can print it like to a pinboard, and I put it in the office of the team. And now they can choose one value for the week. And then they try to fill it with life every week for 1 week. And in the next team meeting, they will reflect how they worked on this topic as a team. Let's say, I don't know, let's say self-reflection, for example. They have it as a value for 1 week altogether. They decide for 1 or for 2. They try to live self-reflection for 1 week, and on the next team meeting, they will reflect on the self-reflection of everybody. They start to bring values to the world as a team. And as I say to them, if you do it as a team, the world will become better, because there is like more of it for you and for everybody. Yeah. So this is how it starts inside. This is another team. Like here is a paper I really like from Sabine Rettinger. It's like the 3 dimensions of a person, which is like also part, this idea that we have a noetic dimension is also part of this workshop. And this was one workshop where we didn't have a chance to go out. Then they do it in a kind of artwork. So they draw together this kind of team value shield or team value coat of arms or whatever. And every week they speak about the things and they reflect on it and they restart to bring them into reality. The method is pretty easy. This is something, what I do beside these workshops is to ask the groups, what do you want to do today? First, tell me your core values. Go to the board and tell me your core values. It's a group of people. In this case, it was more than 20 people I've never seen before. Normally on a workshop, you get asked like, or on a conference day or whatever, what you like, what you dislike, what is your advantage, what you think should happen here and whatever. But what is really, really interesting to do is to ask, tell me your core values, everybody of you, and tell me the core value you want to bring to reality today. And here, for example, Offenheit in English, I don't know, it's something like to be open-minded. And the red dots, I make it in the end of the day. I ask the group, come back to the values we discussed this morning and put some stickers to the value you think was the most important today. So this you can do pretty easy if you work with groups. In my opinion, it's super easy, and you can, like, instead of asking what you like, what you dislike, also for reflecting on the day, it's a much more deep way to reflect like the behavior of the participants, or I don't know how to say. And then I mix it with some creative methods, because the thing I like the most in all these Frankl things is the changing the perspective. And this is like a 3D creative dinner. Yeah, it's like doing crazy things and changing the perspective of life. Yeah. This is, for example, most of this team, the guys they don't go to the water normally. And it's a big thing to work with the group to bring everybody out to the water. To have she on the right side up on the picture never was in the water because she cannot swim, of course, from Syria. And she had never a chance to be in a group who lift her up to have this experience together. This is something I focus on these workshops if I can, but this is something needs time. They have also to organize the food and everything by themselves. And this is a selling with the youth people we work on. We are outdoors. This is what the teams do afterwards. And this is another team coat of arms from another team. They are discussing it like every team meeting, reflecting on the last week, speaking about the next week, the core values for 1 or 2 weeks. Okay, so the team value workshop developed by Entwicklung Aktiv, it's the company I tried to start, is a structured process designed to place the team's foundational values at the center of attention. The core aim is to leverage values to provide clear orientation, enhance internal motivation, and establish a resilient basis for daily collaboration. Because I know that I don't have to explain to you, but it's something very different when somebody's responding like, you were too loud or whatever, speaking too loud or even screaming. In the social work, everything is happening. Also some violent moments and stuff. And then it's very different if you say, okay, you're a bad person, or you can respond like, okay, but I had for me, something in this moment was very important and you kicked it with your feet without knowing it. And then I get angry. It's a very different way to speak with each other because it always opens the door to reconnect as humans and not falling away from each other. In the workshop, the team collectively moves beyond simply naming abstract values. The focus lies on making these values experiential, tangible, and visual explicit, involving all sensory dimensions of the team members. It's also why I do it outdoors. The outcome is a clear shared understanding of the team's identity and an agreed upon methodology for successful collaboration. The team value workshop systematically facilitates the transition from individual concepts to a unifying foundation, generating increasing clarity regarding collective team values, renewed motivation for routine tasks like the weekly meeting or whatever, a tangible symbol that visibles consolidates the team culture. So this is mainly what I can say to this problem of what the social workers, in my opinion, have in our days. And the workshop I created to give a little answer. And now I have some 4 minutes of movie. I will skip a little bit because in the beginning I will read a lot of text in German. This is very boring. You just get an idea how it feels in these workshops. It's not, yeah. The thing is that, okay, I have to do it in another way because now I cannot jump forward. So the two women, they were speaking about that they realized that we are always in the social connection, but in the end we are on ourselves in the same time as we are in the connection with others, and that we will find a good way to, or they as a social workers, that they can throw a lot of things to the clients, but in the end they have to find their own meaning of life in every question. It's not that there is like they can give it to them. This is one of the outcomes. Oh, I get the information that this video has no sound. Is it true?
Yes, it's true.
Oh, it should have a sound. That's strange. It has a sound for me, but not for you. This is a very strange thing. Okay, sorry.
You need to by sharing the screen. You need to press volume on. Ton an bei der
okay.
beim Präsentieren.
I see.
Als sehr hohen Wert genommen selbst hat. Also mit Sicherheit,
Now
sie
there's
wünscht
the
sich
sound.
eine Sicherheit der Familie und auch eine Beständigkeit, dass es weiterhin so bleibt.
They are talking about a model, which is like the 3 steps to find the values. If you have a resistance on the top, I mean, you know, it as a logotherapist, if there is a kind of resistance in the behavior of the top, there is a deep down there is a value which gets distracted or kicked or how to say, which is violated in the end. And this is a very different way to see the behavior of young people, especially in the crisis situations. To say, okay, there is a violated values down there in this person, and not to how to say, to mainly to focus on the behavior more than what is behind it or what is down there.
Schafft aber
below
durch
it,
ihren zu großen Schmerz, der ja auch natürlicherweise ein Stück weit auch verständlich ist, schafft sie selbst aber dadurch nicht die Sicherheit und die Beständigkeit. Deswegen.
Wir haben immer Schutz und Sicherheit, die Sehnsucht, aber wir haben nicht diese eigene Unsicherheit. Und nicht
An irgendeinem Tag wird die Welt untergehen, doch an allen anderen Tagen halt nicht. An irgendeinem Tag ist es alles vorbei, aber jetzt ist noch nicht Schicht. Irgendwann gehen irgendwie die Lichter aus. Und bis dahin machen wir das Beste draus. Life is a piece of shit. Und keiner wird es jemals überleben.
So, okay, this video, as you see, is not for this presentation. It was for another, especially a German-speaking presentation. But I tried, honestly, to change it with the KI, but I was not able to do that. I had the idea that KI can do that really easy for me to change the language of the video. But honestly, not, or maybe I cannot. Let's say so. Yeah, what I'm thinking is that we need to form teams, school teachers, social workers, doesn't really matter. The ones who are in front of the youngest generations, or the ones in life crisis moments, or addiction or poverty or whatever, who are like able to grab on something like their own values to hold also in the very critical moments of life. And the life of the others is like, because let's say if you have an adult client with already the idea that something is wrong, then even if it's a very hard moment of crisis, you can focus on some experience the ones made before. With the ages I'm talking about, you normally cannot, because they are not in the moment that they realize that they are like own persons with own ideas of life, and they tried and they fail. What we have now, I think all over the world, in Coboleti, one guy told me, he's 22 years old. It's a city in Georgia on the Black Sea coast. It's 4 weeks ago. For example, he told me the case that he was a film lover. He was watching 2 movies, like 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and searching for let's say the meaning of the movie. Now he's not able anymore to follow like 2 hours movie, because it's too long, and it's a too long time to get a dopamine kick, which is much more easy if he scrolls through social media. He gets it into, it's a kind of smaller, but he gets but more of it in a very short period. And this guy, for example, Luca is his name, as I met him the first time, he was like 18 years old, and he was like in the protests against the government and whatever. He was really like a person fighting for the European perspective of Georgia, let's say. Now he's kind of frustrated in the social media, has no idea what to focus on and whatever. And this situation of this kind of existential frustration is not easy to overthrow, like with a short, okay, let's do some pedagogic tricks or whatever. It's something very deep, and it's something which needs the time and good people. And these persons, they will get frustrated as well. These therapists, these pedagogic people, these teachers who are working with these generations, they will also get frustrated very soon, because there is not much coming back. As I go to the class of the educators now, in Germany, if I enter the room, I'm looking to 35. It's the big course. I have a 35, and I'm looking to the backside of the phone of 35 people. They're not really in the room. They're somewhere searching for the better life, let's say, the terms of Frankl or whatever. But they will not find it over there, huh? And especially in the moments of crisis, there will be no solutions. They have to find the solutions, or we have to help them to build the solutions, or the power to go through the existential vacuum, what they feel, by themselves, to find their own ways. And this is not easy, but I think logotherapy is the right answer, honestly, because analysis is not the right answer. I'm pretty sure about that. You can analyze them to death. You can, like Kierkegaard say, you can understand backwards, but you can only live forward. And this is very important in these days, because they live very fast, and in the same time they live very, very slow. In the phone, it's very, very fast, but on the taking decisions, fulfill own ideas, following the values, they are very, very slow. That's my experience, because they have a fear. They have a fear to do something, and this is what Frankl called like the circles of fear, to circle in this fear. This is why dereflection is super, super important now. I think dereflection is the most important method, because they over-reflect all the time. But also after dereflection, we have to do something, not to speak. We have to stop talking, because they are much more informed than ever before. I think this is nothing I have to explain, that even people with ADHD, neurodivergence, they were never better informed than today. They have a perspective of others. with the same diagnosis or whatever, there is no need to go to the clinical biblioteca to find the other one who has the same thing and understand more about this diagnosis or whatever. So information is very good. Reflection is a lot, too much reflection, in my opinion, and acting is less. So logotherapy, and especially the method of de-reflection, is very important today. Finish.
Thank you very much.
I can say a lot of hours about this topic, but now I stop.
You don't have to speak for hours. You have to come to Georgia once again and demonstrate it. And you should be, I think, the honorary citizenship of Georgia, because you know each and every corner better than me. So thank you very much for that. Any questions to Christoph? And by the way, I wanted to ask you, do you use Joseph Fabry's auction of values? This is a very nice tool and exercise, really very interactive.
Till now I didn't, but I will. I read the method once, but
yeah.
Honestly,
I think it will be helpful for your groups, because it's a nice exercise to do.
Yeah.
Yes, dear Memduh,
I have a feeling. Sorry, 1 second. I have a feeling about this kind of method thing, that what I told before is if you even throw the topic and you bring some cards or even bring a piece of paper, there is such a, in my opinion, there is such a pressure in the people to find the what I call the own compass to navigate through the life, that you don't need much of method. It's not about thinking too much. What can I use for a method or whatever? There is a really, in my opinion, the pressure is pretty high in everybody to find this kind of compass.
Yes, thank you. Yes, please, questions from Memduh.
Christoph, thank you so much for your very influential workshops. Really, really get something from them. I wonder, first of all, I think I love what you said, sustainable attitudes. For the first time, I heard that saying, and I love from character to persona. My question is, do you work with the relationship between values? Because if you leave it to people, what's your which value you would like to realize this week? For example, if they take justice, truth, so it has a, I guess, two-edged knife. So it can lead them not yes to life, but dying for the value. So I think to really live meaning or differentiate meaning from values, the relationship between values needs to be worked out. So how would you handle these things? Because sometimes, you know, it can generate, let's do revolution to live that value.
Yeah, it could be. For the moment, it never happened in this way. I use a German word to speak about this topic, which I need to ask a machine to translate, because Sanftmut, I don't know how to translate this word. Maybe there is a translation, maybe not, because it's a special word. Maybe somebody can help me. Demut and Sanftmut.
It says gentleness, so I think it might fit quite well.
Gentleness, yeah.
Gentleness.
Yeah, if I ask the machine, yeah, gentleness maybe is the same.
Gentleness, meekness.
But yeah, gentleness is like it's one meekness, yeah. Ja. Duldsam, ja, das ist also mit Demut schon, geht schon Richtung Demut. Das ist, ja, to be gentle again to the others. And I think if you speak about the reality that to live their own values is not an easy thing, then it's how to say, for everybody it's the same, in my opinion. It's not an easy thing. So the ones who have the idea to live after following values, and I told you that I sort out the values which are not for everybody, which just create small groups who have like more out of it than the other ones. I think this it's the right word of attitude to this gentleness, to be calm down, not to get too hard with everything. Yeah, like also the humor is very important. In this moment, the humor is maybe the most important method.
I would use, or I explain this kind of what you mention often with be humble to yourself, be humble to your own I don't know, ideas or achievements which you want to have, or yeah, mostly be humble to yourself. Right? You fail, with your attempts or so, and don't criticize yourself too much with this. But also, yeah, in the same way with others, just to help you a little bit.
It would be, sorry, it would be also like merciful with yourself, like this, show this mercy. Maybe it can be like the word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also fits in that way. Yeah. A little bit merciful is a little bit, well, maybe too high, too high attempted, but yeah, it depends how you interpret it. Yeah.
I think at all. Sorry,
I would use merciful because sometimes we really need this step to behave well with us, because we are really used to be cruel and to be judged with a lot of judges and judgmental persons with ourselves. So we require a bigger step. That's why we need like strength for that. I think.
For me, honestly, it's very hard to find the right word in English, because this is something, there's like in two small words, Demut, Sanftmut, and it's like there's a lot of things. It's a lot of meanings in the same time. It's very difficult to translate for me.
I know,
even
Elizabeth
to
Lucas.
explain in English. Yeah.
I listened Elizabeth Lucas, and she said, if you do not know German, you cannot 100% understand logotherapy. I guess that's true.
I'm pretty sure that this is not true. But I think if you understand the idea, you sometimes have to find your own language, let's say, for... This is what logotherapy is about. The methods are raw materials. It is fulfilled by your personality, as I see it.
Yeah, but I would agree with Annabella, so that merciful, okay, would function for this if, or as you have explained, that we are sometimes very cruel with ourselves. And from this part, which is already very strong, yeah, then it's justified to have this stronger concept of mercifulness. So, and if it works well with the clients, then it's right.
And also Elison offered the word graceful, which is also very correct and beautiful, yeah. So thank you very much, Christoph, for sharing Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thanks for listening, and thanks for the so far for the questions and for the possibility to talk about it. I mean, that's
Thank you. Thank you. And let me pass the words to our amazing colleague, Elison Santos, and my apologies for the delay. And his topic will be 5-step framework for suicide prevention. And I just want to tell you that Elison Santos is the director of Instituto de Psicologia Aplicada Science, if I told this correctly, and he is a research associate and also president-elect International Council of Psychologists. Please.
Hello, everyone. It's very, very meaningful to be here with you, with all of you today. Thank you, Nino, very much for the invitation, for organizing this beautiful event, right? The one humanity, the idea of the monanthropism is a beautiful idea, and we should celebrate it and try to share this with the world, right? It's really, really meaningful. And it's beautiful to be here with people from all over the world, right? I'm sorry I couldn't be here for the whole day. I could watch a little of what Kanda was presenting, and I thought it was really, really meaningful. And I liked very much, Christoph, your presentation. I felt like I wanted to be there in the park with the group. It looked very, very, very meaningful, pleasant. It's nice, right? That it's the kind of work that you take people out of their nowadays. I think we are so much drowning in information and right, the work and the goals, the financial goals, and the objectivity of life, and see and works like the ones that you presented. This is really beautiful, and I imagine that for everyone who were there with you, it was really, really meaningful. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah. Well, I also want to thank you all in the name of our group here in Brazil. I'm in Brazil now. The IP Sapiens, right? The institute that Nino introduced, where I am the director, and we have been doing a lot of work here, research as well with logotherapy. It's a challenge, as you know, to publish in the normal journals, right, where they give a lot of credit to behavioral sciences and existential sciences. Sometimes it's more difficult for us to find good papers to have our work published. So what I wanted to share with you today is the 5-step framework for suicide prevention. I have started working with suicide prevention since the beginning of my work with logotherapy in 2008, but it was in 2020 that I joined the University of São Paulo for the doctoral degree, and we started doing some research in a more academic way and trying to translate Viktor Frankl's work into a dialogue with publishable articles, and we got to do that. This article was published in the Journal of Contemporary Psychotherapy in July. It's a Qualis 3, I think, Qualis 2, Qualis 3, and it was a very, very meaningful work. And I will share now my screen so I can talk more about it with you guys. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, okay, that's great.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So, an existential approach to suicide prevention, as I said, this is something that we have been working for a long time. And the 5 steps is something that comes from my clinical experience. So, seeing people, especially young people, facing suicidal ideation, I came up with some ideas based on logotherapy, right? So a little bit about my clinical scientist path. I don't know if it's if it's the same in your countries, but here in Brazil we start the bachelor degree is the psychologist training. So we have 5 years of training in the bachelor degree, and after these 5 years full time, you are a psychologist and you can start your clinical practice. It's different from the United States, for example, where you have to have a master's degree or to start your clinical work, and you have to have a PhD to be a clinical psychologist. Here in Brazil, it's different. So I started 18 years ago as a clinician. My core expertise from the beginning was I was very blessed and lucky, I don't know, to meet Viktor Frankl in the last year of my training, and not Viktor Frankl in person, of course, but his work, and it was beautiful. It was something that really resonated with what I believed to be psychology. And regarding suicide prevention, the main question that I raise is what keeps us alive? So instead of working on the causes of suicide or what drive people to think about suicide, I was working on what are the powerful things that keep us alive, keep us from having suicidal ideation, keep us from thinking about the idea of committing suicide. And the research now that changed a little bit, that gave me more attention to suicide research. It was my experience at the University of São Paulo, to validate the experience, the clinical experience, in a more scientific way. So here are some of our contributions, some of our books and chapters. Some of them we did with some colleagues of the University of São Paulo. It is really meaningful that my work, it was the first work, the first study of logotherapy in the Department of Clinical Psychology in the University of São Paulo. And it's very meaningful because unfortunately, or fortunately, it depends from your perspective, but like 90% of the production, this academic production in the University of São Paulo in psychology is psychoanalysis. So there was only one professor who was open to a study about Viktor Frankl, and he didn't know anything about Viktor Frankl, but he was very humble and very welcoming, and let me conduct a study there. And now we have a research group there in the University of São Paulo, which one I'm coordinating, and we are trying to keep working and trying to do our best with all of our limitations there. But I think it's something that we can do. So there is a clinical vacuum when we talk about suicide prevention, because most of the works that we have, most of the studies, they are focused on acute risk management, right? So what can we do if somebody shows some signs of suicide? So there are a lot of interventions, there are a lot of studies trying to understand why people, and unfortunately nowadays, why people so young, right? Why kids now are thinking about committing suicide. And unfortunately, that's the reality, and the numbers are unfortunately growing up. Of course, this is really, really sad, but it's happening. And many patients, especially adolescents and young adults, continue to struggle with underlying existential drivers, as we know, the sense of meaningless or futility, the profound disconnection and loneliness, a loss of purpose and agency. So when we study Viktor Frankl's work, we see that from the beginning of his career, he was working with suicide ideation, with suicide attempts in Vienna. I did a long study about, in my master's degree, about the work that he did with the youth there in Vienna. And as it was coming to the war, as the Second World War was approaching, the number of suicides in Vienna was increasing significantly. And so how we can definitely see that the social and political tension affects people's lives, especially the more vulnerable, especially the younger, right? The youngest. So that is something that really called Viktor Frankl's attention. That's why he started the groups, right, of counseling for the youth there in Vienna, and that's why he has talked about that in his books and done a lot of studies as well. So the five steps framework, we're calling it M5, which means meaning 5, right? The 5 steps based on meaning for suicide prevention. So this is a process-based model to guide clinicians. It integrates meaning-centered principles with evidence-based strategies. The goal is to collaboratively move patients from a state of despair and disconnection to one of purpose and agency. So here is the publication in the Contemporary Psychotherapy, the journal, right? The novel 5-step clinical framework for suicide prevention. You can find it in Springer Nature. And also I definitely can share it with Nino, and she can share it with you. Of course, if you want, please contact me. I can share the PDF with all of you if you want it. It was very interesting because it was very disputatious in a way that I sent it to the journal. It was published. Of course, I had to do some review, right? The reviewers asked to do some corrections, and of course, that's very helpful. But it had a very good impact in the University of São Paulo. My advisor said that he has a lot of very important papers published in his name, but this one is the most important because of the journal. That is a very important journal, and it generated some news, right? Some interviews in the university, and it put logotherapy in a place of highlight where it has never been in the University of São Paulo, and also in a very popular magazine newspaper here in Brazil as well, and also in the United States there were some publications. It was really interesting. So what it generated is that I sent the paper to Dr. David Jobs. He is the leading researcher at the Suicide Prevention Lab at the Catholic University of Washington in the United States. And he invited me to work on this the 5-step clinical framework, to implement it in his work, which is the CAMS, a collaborative assessment for suicide prevention that he has developed, and it is there being used in all over the world. Dr. Jobs is working with suicide prevention for more than 40 years, and it's such an honor, I'm I feel very, very honored to be working with him now in the Catholic University of Washington, in Washington, D.C. And now we are starting, this is the project to start a randomized clinical trial in the University of São Paulo, especially in the Department of Psychiatry in São Paulo. So we should start it in the next months, I hope. And also, we are also in contact with Dr. Hope Wilcox from Johns Hopkins University, to also looking for a collaboration. So what are the 5 steps? So I want to share with you some information about the 5 steps. So the first thing is a differentiated reception. And well, we have to think that, of course, every client, every patient needs a differentiated reception, right? In a way that you are able to give some attention and don't be just focused on the results. And we know that, but the idea of the 5 steps is that it will be used for clinicians of every type of training, and also in public health systems. So sometimes we know that people will get to these systems, and the first thing that the clinician will have to do is to fill out forms. And sometimes there is no warm welcoming. And especially when we talk about suicidal ideation, we have to understand that these people are vulnerable in a way that they don't see the light in the end of the tunnel. They are thinking about taking their lives, right? So we have to be the more humane that we can, right? To foster a genuine human connection from the beginning, from the first moment, from the first second, that affirms that the patient's dignity and counters existential isolation. So this is the first step. It is to look in the eyes, to talk, to be welcoming, to make sure that the person understands that you really care about that person. So this is the human connection. This is very, very important from the beginning. It's very interesting. The reporter who was interviewing me, he asked about what was in my opinion, the main step from the 5. I talked about all of the 4 other steps, and he told me that from his perspective, seeing the world that he sees now as a reporter, working with news, that he thinks that the first step is the main one, because it seems that nowadays nobody gives attention to anyone. And that was very powerful to hear that from his perspective during the interview. So step 2, connect with core values and responsibility. So through the Socratic dialogue, we will ask and help the patient to connect with what are his values. And also, as we know, as we know from logotherapy, we know that the responsibility is a way to, by accessing responsibility, I can see my strength and also my possibilities, my abilities to overcome my weaknesses. So reconnect with inner compass, the values, responsibilities, and relationships that can serve as motivation for living. So one of the main questions that I ask with my patients, who are facing suicidal ideation is, or if they have attempted to commit suicide once, I ask is, what keeps you from attempt to commit suicide again? What keeps you from trying to die again? And most of them, almost 100%, will tell me about someone. Well, I think about my mom. What's going to happen with her? I think about my friend. What's going to happen when she come back from her trip and find that I killed myself in her apartment? I think about my dog. What will be happening with my dog if I'm not here? So the responsibility, the connection, the values are the things that can keep people alive, and most of the time this is what happens, right? So we know that these are powerful tools. We know that this is very powerful reality inside our minds, inside ourselves, and we help patients to connect. This is step 2. Step 3 is, as we know from logotherapy, the expansion of the cosmovision, right? Expanding perspectives and possibilities. So that's how we help the patients to, we know that when a person is there thinking about suicide, it is with that tunnel vision, right? I am in this dead end street. I can't see anything else. So we have to help our patients to take some steps back and look around and see that there are plenty of millions of other possibilities in our lives. We just have to be patient, and we just have to sometimes bear the suffering and pass through the dark nights, right? The darkest moments of our lives. But there are plenty of other possibilities. So we just have to help them to navigate through these darkest moments and help them to expand these perspectives, the cosmovision, as Viktor Frankl talks about. Step 4 is navigating existential tension. So we know that there is meaning in suffering. So many people, especially nowadays, with what is preached to all of us, right, through social media, and we are drowning in the idea that life, we have to promote this pleasure, right? This life without suffering, this life where we can't bear the suffering when it's inevitable. So we have to help our patients to realize that they are capable to suffer, right? They are capable to pass through these dark moments of their lives. If they lost someone, if they broke up with someone, if they have uncurable illnesses, or any other suffering, right? Any other type of, especially existential suffering, that sometimes has no explanation that is logical to other people, but for them it means everything. So we know that they are capable to navigate these existential tension, and also helping them to understand that there is tension in life, right? As Franco says, that we are not working to, the goal is not the homeostasis, the goal is to find meaning, even if there is a lot of tension, right? So to actively and collaboratively work with the patient's ambivalence, using the tension between reasons for living and dying as a therapeutic lever. And finally, step 5, rediscovering purpose and agency. The goal is to empower patients to reclaim the sense of direction and translate their rediscovered values into concrete future-oriented actions. And we know that we are not responsible for other people's lives. We are not responsible for our patients' lives. And we know that our role is very minimal. And but it's very important. We can be that voice that will call these people to trust themselves again. I love Formula One. I don't know if any of you like Formula One as well. I love it. I watch with my son every time. And there's a very interesting thing about Formula One and other sports of speed and in general, is that these young people, these young men, they are driving the fastest cars in the world. They are in 350 kilometers per hour, driving they're tired, they are circling around the circuit and for many laps, and only one person can talk to the driver while they are in a race. It's their engineer, and the engineer is he or she. They give the drivers very small words, very specific, very objective words, but they're very helpful words. And I think that with the therapy, it's the same, right? We are not the drivers, we are not the pilots, we are not the ones who will get there. We are just the voice, and we can't talk a lot because then we will drive them more stressed. We just give some words that will help them to rediscover their agency, rediscover their meanings in life, not our meaning, right? So this is step 5, and well, I'm just summarizing all the steps here to you. And here just to tell you that we have started this collaboration with CAMS in the Catholic University in the suicide prevention. We are integrating these 5 steps there. It has been a nice start. Some of the works that we are doing there, and we are trying to do with other frameworks as well, offering these 5 steps based on logotherapy to other frameworks as well. The idea is to develop a handbook for clinicians and also publish other papers. You are all invited to collaborate if you want. Please let me know if you would like to collaborate. We can always do that. So thank you very much. I am incredibly excited to begin this work with you, with whoever wants to work with us. And also I want to share that I chose some paintings of Mark Rothko, that this is an American artist, and it represents meaning emerging from despair. So this is a very beautiful art, I think. So thank you very much. This is my email, my website, my Instagram. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, dear Elison. It was a very meaningful topic. You continued Christoph's thoughts about the suicide level increased nowadays. So yes, we need really very productive steps towards that. So thank you very much for your meaningful work. And I love the metaphor of Formula One and the engineer. Yeah, it was very nice. Thank you. Anyone wants to ask questions or maybe collaborate? Because I think that collaboration in the direction of researches are very meaningful and very much needed in logotherapy.
Could you repeat your data, because I couldn't write everything or take a picture, so we can contact you.
All right. Yes.
Same question.
I will write my email here in the chat with all the information.
And by the way, you can see again in the recording.
Yeah, I have a question, or not a question. I just am very interested. Like, Elison, how did like the world of psychotherapy react to your ideas from the logotherapy perspective? Because let's say inside the company structure I work in, I have like one behavior therapist, and it's really like a fight to speak about this topic. It's an honest fight. It's not that easy, you know, because he really has for me, strange ideas about this topic, which is for me something very important, because as you say, it's a reality. It's a very bad reality. I had a funeral of a 19-year-old girl this year, and it's from our shelter for like wise kids, whatever. It's like it's reality, and it's a very hard reality, but we have to face it, and also we have to discuss with the other directions of psychotherapy, or
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think it's always a challenge, right? Because there are so many different approaches to psychology. As I mentioned, in the University of São Paulo, the psychology department is pretty much focused on psychoanalysis. So this is very difficult to dialogue with them outside of psychoanalysis, because they want to publish in psychoanalysis. So unfortunately, I have to say that I think there is some prejudice there, right? And because it's really, really difficult. There is also another department in another campus that is focused on behavioral therapy, right? Cognitive behavioral therapy. And I think that with them, we have more openness, because we can dialogue, right, in a way that I think when we start some studies, we can bring the meaning of life to the scientific level, right? We can talk about self-transcendence. Some of these topics are there in some studies based on behavioral science. So I think this is a window where we can get in. If you read, it's very interesting. If you read the 5 steps in my book that I published in 2022, you will see the logotherapeutic text about the 5 steps, right? There is like 5, 6, 7 pages talking about logotherapy and the 5 steps, the way we talk here, right? Existentially speaking. But if you see the paper that was published, I had to talk to the literature, I had to talk to the behavioral science. So I had to transform that language to help them to understand what I wanted to propose. And now that it is published, and I see that in the university, for example, when they shared the paper, it seems that they understand very much and very well what I mean. with the logotherapeutic approach, but now they understand because I made a connection with what they understood. Maybe that is the challenge for us. Maybe that's the way we can go. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Elison Santos once again. And I want to invite also Ana Luisa Guzman from Costa Rica. She is General Director of Logotherapy Center in Costa Rica, and present her case, Spiritual Resources and Meaning in Life as Promoters of Longevity in Older Adults.
Thank you very much. First, I'm sorry for my English. Oral English is not very good, but thank you to my daughter's colleague, Annabella. She will help me in this speech. And thank you, Annabella. Thank you. It is wonderful to be at this conference and hear about your beautiful and important work you are doing. And I have learned so much for all of you. Thank you so much for your work in your countries. Thank you. I share my one moment, please. It's in Spanish and in English. And I hope it's okay for you. My work is about an open group of the older adults in Costa Rica. In my work is about the meaning of life in older adults from their perspective. We hear them and we work with them this difference to identify some spiritual resources about to improve the more life. In logotherapy, this is the message to give people a hope in the center. This is more maybe a slogan, I don't know. The sun will rise again. I will see it differently, but it will rise again. With the people that suffer and in suffering and in different situations. Okay, sorry. I try to speak in English. In the Logotherapy Center in Costa Rica, we offer the list 3 types of people we accompany and to assist: individual, group, and community, and family. We also serve different age groups: children, adolescents, women, and older adults. The work I wish to share with you concerns that care and work are doing with a group of older adults, exploring from their perspective which spiritual resources contribute to longevity. This is some them. The spiritual dimension of the person never ceases, and we know that about of course, Viktor Frankl and the logotherapy. The objective of this work is recognizing the spiritual resources in older adults and how this promotes loving and well-being, considering the theoretical approach of logotherapy in a group of 25 older adults. Mm, the human perspective of the three dimensions of the Viktor Frankl and the logotherapy. This is a approach. This is a theoretical base. The human way to living, the human way to suffering, and the human way to healing. This is very important for this population because they can explain and share histories and different views in different moments of their lives in how was important for in this age, in this stage, in this moment. Numerous studies have been conducted around the world on how to increase loving, longevity, and improve the quality of life for human beings. However, it is necessary for older adults to be aware of their aging process and to plan for anticipate their old age. To do this, they must recognize their strengths early and clarity the meaning they give to their own lives. This is an investigation on other colleagues. The analysis question was, what do you think is important for living a long life? And the results in this special activity and study, it was for them the most important spiritual resources is the resilience, the spirituality, faith, and recognize that how what they have to live better in their context, home, community, church, and others. Self-awareness, of course, meaning of life, self-transcendence, connection with the context, emotional and physical health. It's very important to in these conclusions, we can say that desire to remain useful and meaningful predominates, especially through love and service. They demonstrate a generative and transcendent attitude. Suffering is interpreted as sources and strange faith and personal growth. This reflects a positive attitude toward pain consistent with the logotherapy and affirmation of that despite everything. Learning experiences the strangest inner peace, resilience, and active hope, a process of the self-consciousness and reconstruct sense of purpose is observed. The most frequent words are love, resilience, faith, strength, gratitude, and service. The general profile is the grateful, spiritual, and loving individuals. Faith is configured as the organization core of meaning, of source, of hope, resilience, and transcendence. Following Frank, it represents the spiritual dimension that sustains the meaning of life. People perceive their life as source of contribution, especially in love, solidarity, and the transmission of values. This reflects values of the creation and experience according of Frank. I believe that spiritual is about living a life with a deeper meaning than simple seeking the things we need on a daily basis. Luisa en Spanish. Muchas gracias. Gracias. I'm sorry for my English. Annabella, help me, please.
Muchas gracias.
You did it really well.
So congratulations.
Oh my God.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
thank you very much for all your input and for being here with us today. Any questions to Dr. Guzman? Yes, please, Annabella.
Well, most of all, I would like to share with you that Ana Luisa and I, we have a personal project in common that life has put us in our hands. Our mothers are dying. Our mothers are in the process of saying goodbye to life. So I know her work, it's really based not only in those 25 persons or in all this research, but in her own experience. You know, it's difficult to see the persons we love to say bye to life. And well, I share with this, and the only one I would like to add to her wonderful work is that sometimes life puts in our hands the opportunity to be coherent with the things we teach or we have studied, you know. And one of the things I want to share with you, Nancy is here. She has been someone who has been with me in all the process. To say, to help someone to say goodbye to life, it's an honor.
Yeah.
And when it's your
Yeah.
family, wow. And you know, many things that our parents are teaching us is the elegance, because we can die with elegance as well. And you know, I was in the office some minutes ago in my studio, but I came here just because I was with
Beautiful.
yeah, mi amor, son mis amigos. So she says, hello, I'm very pleased to meet you. But that's the way I didn't want to be apart, because it's Saturday, but it's what she means. Elder people has all these resources to find meaning, and to if we share them in every suffering, in every struggle moment. She says, no, I'm teaching them how to say goodbye to life, and how to be a good, for example, my mother says, you know, I'm not hungry, but please blend everything, because I need all my proteins and everything, because I don't want you to struggle with me if I am not strong, right? So it's something to complete Ana Luisa's work.
Thank you so much. It is wonderful that your work too, and that your beautiful mother too. Thank you, Annabella, for your support for me, for always. Thank you so much in this. I think that with all the people in here conference, move the love for all that we do with for other persons, especially the people that is suffering in this moment for different situations. And especially in my case, with the Annabella said, is our mothers, and especially population first people that we love, and I love, and I work with them with all my love, with you, with your work with the person that you work. It's wonderful. Thank you, Annabella.
Thank you very much, you both, and thank you, Annabella, for presenting your mother to us. It means a lot. It's a gold, really, because my mom is my best supporter as well. And we mentioned Dr. David Gutman here, and once we had a conversation via email, and I wrote to him that my mother loves your books because she is reading your books. And he told me she's almost logotherapist, I told him. And he told, yeah, I will send some books to your mom. So yes, while we have our parents, we are still babies, and lots of years to our parents. It's really our treasure. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
And one hand was raised. Memduh, I think it was you.
Yes, just wanted to ask, maybe I misunderstood. First of all, Ana Luisa, thank you so much. Can longevity be meaningful? My answer is I don't think so, but it can be a byproduct of a meaningful, finding meaning and fulfilling meaning. I think your work is on that. If you clarify this, I will appreciate it.
Te traduzco, ajá, que él quiere un poquito más de claridad acerca de si en la longevidad se puede conseguir un sentido de vida o si a través de la longevidad, o en la longevidad puedes rescatar como sentidos de vida del pasado. ¿Qué es lo que tú opinas?
La experiencia que hemos, lo voy a hablar en español, ¿verdad? Para que tú me ayudes.
Nada más déjame clarificar. You're asking if there is been, if her research is about finding meaning on life in the elder age, or to rescue the meaning of life of the past. It's your question?
My question is, I don't think longevity can be a meaningful goal. But
okay. Que él no cree que la longevidad, que él a lo mejor no está entendiendo muy bien, maybe there is a misunderstanding, pero que si la longevidad es un sentido de vida, es una meta para ti, porque él no está de acuerdo con que la longevidad sea una meta. Y yo creo que ahí sí está el momento.
No, lo que nosotros estamos trabajando con las personas adultas mayores es que en esta etapa de su vida puedan identificar recursos personales, espirituales, que les ayuden a sentirse bien en esta etapa de vida, a sentir bienestar, a sentirse conectados con lo importante, con el sentido de la vida en este momento, porque ciertamente en esta etapa de vida también las personas adultas mayores quieren tener sentido de vida, experimentar sentido de vida. Entonces, es identificar cuáles recursos espirituales y desde la logoterapia nosotros en esta edad podemos sentirnos bien independientemente de los condicionamientos del contexto o de la salud que nos afecta en esta edad.
Ok, tú me vas corrigiendo con mi traducción. What she's telling or what she's saying is that she's agree with you. Longevity is not a goal. What she's trying to say is that people who arrives to this area, to this stage of their life, without all the resources, have the opportunity to create those resources in order to find a meaningful life. And even if in the past they are not, they have not connected with meaning, at this stage of life, the research shows that connection with life is possible in those stages of life, even if many goals are behind, or there are many things that they cannot do. They find meaning in this new stage.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Annabella.
And it's what they are working on, in give the resources to find new meaningful aspects in
that people can see that their own spiritual resources to be good, improve their high quality and quality life, calidad de vida.
Yes, that at this moment they can improve by meaning their quality of life, because they are alone, the family, the sons are not there, and even despite of all these things, they can find a good quality of life in their thoughts on it.
own spiritual resources. Yeah.
And their spiritual, noetic resources.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Memduh. Thank you.
You can call Memo as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation once again.
And one moment, please. We work to the suicide prevention, and maybe I connect with a different person that work, yes, que trabaja en el suicidio, Annabella. Me gustaría mucho conectarme con esas personas.
That she has found with all the speakers that talk about suicide to have like a connection in order to nourish her work. So if you are so kind to contact her, it would be great.
Work. Thank you. Thank you, Nino, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All thanks to you. And I hope we will stay in touch and communicate and continue collaborate with each other on different topics. It's meaningful.
Really wonderful.
Thank you. And I want to invite Sabaner from Turkey. He has also very, very nice topic. It's about journey into the vacuum, developing the existential vacuum scale. And he is a logotherapist and psychotherapist based in Istanbul. He created and he worked on this research with our dear colleague, logotherapist from Israel, Batya Yaniger. So please present your topic, which is very, very interesting and helpful.
Thank you for the introduction. I was an audience in the previous years. Now it's like very exciting. I'm very happy to be a speaker this year. So I'm going to share my presentation in a moment, this research that is very meaningful for me. But before I do that, I want to mention something very fun that I find very funny that fits this theme of one humanity. I'm learning Spanish right now. So when Memduh Hoca asked the question and you were answering in Spanish, I had to hold myself back to not translate from Spanish to Turkish. I was like, okay, I'm gonna let someone who speaks English do the translation. I think, yes, I find my research very meaningful. It's very meaningful to me. But the most meaningful thing is this community, like very international people from all over the world. It's very exciting. So let me share my screen. Okay. If I make it full screen, I hope people can see the slides change, right? Okay, perfect. So this is the presentation that I want to do today, called Journey into the Void. And I'm going to talk about how we develop this scale, and I'm going to share some of the items, the questions we had on the scale. But first of all, what I want to draw your attention to is we have 5 authors in this research. And Nino already talked about Batya, our dear colleague from Israel. And I'm just here representing our research team. I'm just one of the authors in this big team of researchers. So already, like we talked about teamwork and meaning, finding meaning in a team. I already want to draw your attention to like this journey itself was a teamwork. It was the collaboration of multiple people. So let me do this. We already, I'm gonna guess we already know about existential vacuum, so I'm not going to very deeply talk about what existential vacuum is. But I still had wanted to have a description of what it is. And so I put this quote by Viktor Frankl from Man's Search for Meaning towards the end. So according to Frankl, existential vacuum is that feeling of which so many patients complain today, namely the feeling of the total and ultimate meaninglessness of their lives. They lack the awareness of a meaning worth living for. They are haunted by the experience of their inner emptiness, a void within themselves. They are caught in that situation, which I have called the existential vacuum. So I think that's a perfect, very deep, beautiful description of the existential vacuum. So that's the description that Frankl had. He also talks about it in The Will to Meaning in his book. He considers existential vacuum to be a phenomenon of the modern human. So I underlined modern human in like this specific way. I underlined modern and then human because I think that's very much what Frankl was thinking about. We experience existential vacuum because of two things, according to him. One, because we're human. We are different from animals. We are not chained to our animal instincts. We are not driven by our animal instincts. Because we are human, we are free to make choices. So that can push us into an existential vacuum. And secondly, the modernity aspect of it. Frankl talks about like, in modernity, we see a loss of tradition. For example, that could be many different rules of society that we don't have to follow anymore. The rules aren't as strict, they're more flexible. There are no more shoulds in life. So that also made us lose some sort of a framework that we could fit in. So without these frameworks, the framework of instincts, let's say, or the framework of traditions and shoulds and rules in society, we are, as modern humans, very likely to fall into an existential vacuum. So the existential vacuum can look in different ways. For example, it may look like boredom or it may look like apathy. It might look like a will to power. So again, I don't want to describe it too much because my guess is that we know what will to power, will to pleasure is, but we can think of will to power as this desire for more influence, more power, money, and will to pleasure. For example, Frankl talks about this using sex, for example, to fill that existential vacuum. So when someone is in an existential vacuum, they might look bored. They might try to fill it with power, money, or with pleasure. And that's what it can look like. But we can also talk about the feelings behind the existential vacuum. So we can see feelings of meaninglessness, feelings of emptiness, feelings of futility, like whatever I do, it doesn't matter, everything is futile, nothing I do matters, that kind of thing. In Man's Search for Meaning, he says that 25% of European students and 60% of American students could be considered to be in an existential vacuum. In The Will to Meaning, his other book, he changes these numbers a little bit because it was written after. So one question that I have in mind that maybe we can discuss during the Q&A, the question period, is as clinicians, how many cases of existential vacuum do we see in our clinics? I think that would be an interesting question. Okay, so that's the theoretical framework of what the existential vacuum is. So our goal for this project, this research study, was to find a way to measure the existential vacuum. So there are already literature that talks about meaning. There are meaning-oriented scales, we can call them, in literature. I believe the most famous one, and Frankl talks about this a lot as well, is the purpose in life test. That was, I think, published 1967, so 60 years almost. Other than that, the multidimensional existential meaning scale, meaning in life scale, personal meaning profile, which is by Wong, more modern. But there are these meaning-oriented scales, but there are no scales that directly measure this concept of an existential vacuum. So our study, our goal was three things. So this study was actually, we can think of it as three separate studies. The first sub-study, I'm going to call it, was determining the items of the scale. We can think of this as questions. I'm going to share them with you in a moment. It was determining the items of the scale and checking to see statistically if they were reliably measuring existential vacuum. The second part, the second sub-study, was existential vacuums, correlations with depression, anxiety, some personality traits, etc. And I'm going to share that as well. And the third sub-study, I'm sadly not going to share this part because I won't have time and I will talk too long if I share this part as well. Was the relationship between existential vacuum and loneliness and tolerance to uncertainty. So this study was published November 11th of this year, so 10 days ago. It's very new. And we published it in Psychiatry Quarterly, which is, I believe, a Q2 publication. And I put the citation over here if anyone wants to take a picture to search for it after. So today I'm only going to talk about number one and number two because I think those are the most interesting parts, in my opinion, of this research, and I think it fits well within our theme for today of one humanity and case studies. So study one. I believe this part was the part that allowed for the most amount of creativity and collaboration. So the task is actually a very big task. It's taking this concept of an existential vacuum and turning them into scale items, turning them into questions that people can read and say, oh yes, I do feel this way, I do act this way. So trying to get this concept, making it scientific, making it accessible towards all people. We talked about democratizing today. I think this is a part of it as well. To take this concept and make it, turn it into questions. This first study also allowed us to collaborate between logotherapists in Turkey, the names that I mentioned earlier, and with Batya Yeniger in Israel. So like I said, one of the things I find most meaningful in life is meeting new people, international collaborations, and this research allowed for an international collaboration. And we also, while we were trying to find participants for our study, we sent emails to different logotherapy institutes worldwide to help, because we wanted them to help us to spread this scale, this questionnaire, this research. So this also provided a way to collaborate internationally as well. And we ended up with 547 English-speaking participants. And they answered our questions from 1 to 5, 1 being I disagree, 5 being I completely agree, and 3 being I'm unsure. So when we were trying to turn this concept into questions for our research, we initially came up with 22 questions. And the way we did this was, like I said, very fun, in my opinion, very meaningful, where we needed to be very creative. We came up with 22 questions. And once we started doing the study, after this first study, analysis showed that 15 of these reliably measured existential vacuum. The rest were, for example, could be unrelated or didn't really had anything to do with existential vacuum. But we ended up with 15 items that reliably measured existential vacuum in people. So now I'm going to share the questions that ended up being used in the study. So this is basically our existential vacuum scale. I can share the scale with you. Nino, maybe you can share them as well, or people can take pictures, or people can contact me. But this is the existential vacuum scale. So I'm going to start reading the items, the questions. For example, item 1 is, I feel that life has lost its meaning. And participants here could select from 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. 1 being I disagree, 5 being I completely agree. Item 2, I feel uncertain about the future. Item 3, I have a sense of purposelessness. I feel a deep emptiness. Nothing seems to satisfy me. I am uncertain of my values. I have no interest in anything. I feel lonely. I lack the strength to act. I experience internal conflicts. I don't meet my own expectation. I can't find my life's purpose. I experience spiritual restlessness. I feel existential anxiety. And lastly, parts of my life feel like they are slipping away from me. So you will notice that, for example, it skips from 16 to 19. That's because we had to eliminate items 17 and 18, for example. So we ended up with these items that reliably measured existential vacuum in people. So our second study, which was, in my opinion, also very interesting, we looked at the correlations between existential vacuum and these different things. For example, the first correlation that we looked at was the big 5 personality traits. If we remember what the big 5, it's the ocean. I'm going to openness, conscientiousness. I'm going to show what they are in a minute. We also wanted to see the correlation between existential vacuum and depression, anxiety, and stress. And for that, we used the DAS-21 scale. And lastly, we wanted to see the correlation between existential vacuum and mental well-being. And for that, we used the Warwick-Edinburgh scale. And for our second study, we had 368 English-speaking participants that filled out all of these scales together. So when they opened the document, it was first existential vacuum, then the big 5, then the depression scale, then the mental well-being scale. So it was all grouped up together. So now I'm going to share the correlations with you. So small little reminder of statistics, our statistics classes, which I almost failed in college. So the p-values show that for all of these correlations, there was a statistically significant correlations. So we can see that existential vacuum is correlated with each one of these in their own ways. So for example, we'll take mental well-being, the first one. We see a minus correlation. So that means as existential vacuum rises, mental well-being falls. So there's a negative correlation between these two factors. So like I said, all of them have a meaningful, statistically meaningful correlation between them. But what I find very interesting is the amount of correlation. So back to our statistics class, if a correlation, this R value here, is close to 1, that means a stronger correlation. So for example, I could explain it this way. If we measured the relationship between existential vacuum and existential vacuum, we would get 1 for the R value. So we can see that depression, for example, is very, very, very highly correlated with existential vacuum. It's very close to 1. It's 0.846. Similarly, anxiety has also a very high correlation with existential vacuum, also with stress. So we can also look at the big 5 personality traits. Like I said, those are the ocean. That's how they taught us in college as well. Openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. Again, all of these numbers are statistically meaningful. They're statistically significant. We can say that there's a correlation between them. We can see that, for example, if you're not very open, you might feel more of an existential vacuum. Those two things are related. If you are more conscientious, you might feel less of an existential vacuum. Those are all negatively correlated, so one goes up, the other goes down. And for neuroticism, if you're high on neuroticism, that could also mean that you're high on existential vacuum. So seeing this concept's relationship with all these other concepts, I think is very interesting. It's very meaningful that they're all correlated. And I think it's especially meaningful looking at how much they're correlated. For example, like I said, existential vacuum and depression. So I want to, beyond these numbers, I want to discuss what these results mean. For example, why even do this? Why even create an existential vacuum scale? I believe that quantifying this type of study can be helpful for examining relationships with other psychosocial variables. For example, with depression, examining existential vacuum's relationship with depression. And clinically, I think it's also very helpful in setting goals in intervention or in therapy processes. For example, it was the first example that came into my head. For example, a clinician could do something like during the first session of a client, of a patient, they can fill out the existential vacuum form, and after 3 months of logotherapy, we might give the existential vacuum scale again to see if the scores changed, if there was a difference in the way that they felt existential vacuum. For example, Dr. Kanda talked about the importance of an experimental study in his group work. This could very much go well with that, in my opinion. For example, we can give the participants, the residents, this existential vacuum scale during the first group meeting, and then we can give the existential scale, vacuum scale, when we finish the group intervention and see the difference. I also wanted to make the connection between quantitative studies like this one and the theme of today, case studies. I believe it's two connected ways of understanding the same phenomenon, of the same concept, let's say. Quantitative research is helpful in constructing the framework and the concept and trying to generalize it and put it into a framework. And case studies are very helpful in showing the lived experience of the concept. This is how this person experiences existential vacuum, for example. So I believe that logotherapeutic concepts like existential vacuum really do require this empirical grounding. So we can use these concepts to guide treatment, prevention, like suicide prevention, like we talked about today, and future research. So lastly, I wanted to talk about what we need, how we want this project to evolve in the future. First of all, something that is very important to our research team is validity across cultures and languages. This was done in English-speaking participants. We're about to look at the data for Turkish participants, and we plan to publish that as well. This is something I find very meaningful as well, like this cross-cultural study and studies across languages. For example, I talked about Spanish early on. There is something in Spanish I still don't understand because I'm still learning. For example, the difference between sentido and significado. There is a small difference between those two. I think a Spanish speaker needs to explain to me what that small difference is. But I think that could make a very big difference actually in a study like this. So I would love to see this study done in Spanish, for example. Something that we're also very passionate about. Okay, we've constructed this framework. Now we would want to see the same research on smaller cases or specific populations. For example, we talked about older age, the elderly. We would love to see their feelings of existential vacuum in that population. I work with teenagers, with adolescents, youth. I would love to see the existential vacuum, how they experience that population experiences it. Something that's very important to me, very meaningful to me also is transitional periods, like adolescence, like I explained, or pregnancy, motherhood is a transitional period, or retirement is a transitional period. I used to do that work. Now I'm retired and that work isn't there anymore. For example, what someone would experience, how someone would experience this existential vacuum that is going through these transitional periods. This conference is a great opportunity for collaboration, like we said. We have many languages here, many cultures here. So as the Turkish research team, we really are looking forward to evolving this scale in the future. So lastly, I want to thank everyone for listening. I put here my email address, and Value Istanbul is the name of our institute in Istanbul. I also put the QR code with all my information, social media stuff, if anyone wants to take a picture and connect with me online as well. So thank you for listening. I would love to hear some questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that you accepted the invitation and shared this research and results with us. By the way, I will be happy to get involved in something related to pregnancy, postpartum, motherhood, because it's my topic of work and interest. So I will be happy to join and help somehow. Thank you very much. Any questions, colleagues? I think really this scale should be translated in different languages, and we have to try it and integrate into our work, not only group therapy, but individual as well.
I don't have a question. I've just, I don't know, I want to say thank you. And I think it's a really, really important work, like to do these case studies and to see the correlations we are pretty sure about. We can see them if we are speaking with the clients daily, on a daily basis, more or less. But to have the scientific work is, I think, it's a big thing and it's very important. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much once again for your presentation. And I want to invite our last but not the least participant. She's from England, Nancy Liscano. She's logotherapist and working with migrants' mental health. And the topic is dignity and freedom, connecting with well-being and mental health. Please, dear Nancy.
Good evening, everybody there, and thank you very much for this opportunity. And so pleased to have the chance to join with us, and apologize. I know in the program I was in the first, but I was in the, we have another weekend master logotherapy master class, and was technical issues. And I'm very pleased to be today here in London. Is you see my heart, and it's very cold, very, very cold. But it's not only that. The circumstances is at the moment about immigration. I had my new grandson. He's just 10 days born, and I was supporting my daughter with their family. I'm going to show you how is this immigration evolution to see. And but I came here for my house to work. But when I arrived, the boiler and all of this is not working in my house. So I needed to a strategy. I am doing my heart with some electric here, with some this, with some that. So that is why I feel like very cold. And that is one of the circumstances today also. I need to respond. That is why really I am very cold. It's not for fashion. It's because I am like very cold at the moment at home. And I want to share to you about our some example of our research. We do this research talking about immigration, dignity, and logotherapy. Is the model is action research. We use the context, and to the action is to promote or development zone programs, group psycho-education programs, in order to the participants, migrants participants, they involve for 12 sessions, or sometimes 12 sessions and then gap, and then another 12 sessions. And we use the logotherapy, some concept in different activities. And in these activities, we can measure some aspects we found very important for they restructurate or they redirectionate the integration or inclusion in the moment they have. But I'm going to share now. Let me check. This is one example. This is one example. Look, he is my grandson. He is his name is Jacob, Miguel. Miguel is in Spanish, Jacob is in English. Just they talking the parents what they're going to. He is the granddad. Is the granddad, is the my son-in-law father. He is from originally from a family from Africa, but this dad came from Jamaica. But another part of my grandson, my grandson came was from England. They born there, the father born here, and sorry, I need to show you another one. It's about this. He is here, and did you see? He look like Latin American. He look like Indian. She look like Turkey. She look, but she, I don't know, is the grandma. And Luna is his sister. Luna and Jacob. And this, all of this is our reality in our life. Immigration is from 7,000 years ago. It's part of our life. This is some principle of the development. And for my experience, like immigrants, because I am from Colombia, I lived in London 25 years ago. I never thinking to emigrate. And I was really, in my life, I was really organized my projects, my life projects in Colombia. And so when we talk about meaning of life, when we talk about immigration, we need to thinking about the time, the aspect, the context, because it's one aspect when we planning to go, the journey, and also the another aspect is the integration. The another is the inclusion. The another is the restructuration. In our research, and with Dr. Jose Bachotegui, because I am researcher at Barcelona University, we research about grief, we research about stress, migrants, grief, migrant stress. We need to check in this different moment. And what we're going to talk to you, I'm going to talk, really I'm going to explain two aspects or two examples, two case study, because I don't want to really have, let me go. I'm going to explain you or share with you, because I want to talk to you more interaction and have these 15 minutes to connecting with about this aspect. Dignity is one of the concepts we needed to adapt or understand, like in logotherapy, the conscious, because Viktor Frank talk and is for us, it's important to understand what is the conscience of our part of our values, but in the same time, dignity is connecting. Viktor Frankl talked about dignity and many levels, anthropologies, ontologies. He was very expert to talk about the respect, the all the care for one of the aspects that the person and the unique and the singularity of the person. So we needed to start with that. It's talking about or working about dignity. This the logotherapy in we note is part of the, for me, the vaccine, the vitamin, and migration evolution we needed. Because if we have this dimension in our level of connecting with response of the challenge or the trauma or the different aspect in our life, we have more resource. And with those principles, with that introduction, is the, some programs we create in order to empower our people. They came to us. We connected also for the monanthropism, because in our community, our research we did with is from people that came from Latin America. I didn't make another research with another culture, but because this research is research actions model, we do this research in the program of the charity we have, and in these programs we had one principle is migrant help migrants. Is connecting with the cooperative, is connecting with the solidarity, is connecting with all of this hope they needed to connecting in themselves in these circumstances. Another aspect is in any moment, like planning, close the door, say goodbye, journey, and inclusion, we need to have some bridge to support migrant people. And that bridge is responsibility for also for the state government or programs, but also for the person, because the person migrant have a condition. The condition increase many times the vulnerability. And in this condition, many of these people had big stressors. And so we needed to really have resource or programs in order to support the person. And the person changes. We change. Normally we change every time. That is part of us. But many of migrants have difficulties and big challenge in order to do the natural change. But we needed to really think in logotherapy, the attitude to change or values is working in the positive aspect to give to the person resource. Because it's different one person moving another country with papers, money, family, some moving because they looking for safe, or they looking for stabilize their life. But anyway, any person have some situations they needed to work, and we are there. So in this aspect, I want to explain to you one case that is a woman from Latin America. She came from she came to London 20 years ago, and when she came, was because was a natural disaster, and she used this natural disaster to escape. Because the one of the big situations she has was domestic violence in the family. But one of the friends let to her know the possibility to come to UK. And that time, the immigration law was helped. These people came from that country. And so when she came here, she found, she looking for a, she left 5 children with her husband. And also these children was one 3 years old, another 7 years old, another 12, another 15, and the another was 10 years old. And when she came, was with the mind to save her and take the children with her. Past around 7 years that she connecting with our community, with our organization, looking for support. The diagnosis was she was a depression, she was in mental health problem. When we start, we integrate her in our program, Action Reserve, with 10 another 10 persons. They start to exploring about the trauma, about the resource they have, and about the knowledge they self. And we discovered many aspects that she had in the setting at the moment was harassment, so many stressors. And the another aspect was in the setting, family was more harassment because her husband influenced in the children to let to them know the mom escaped just because he came here to do prostitution. So the children grow because 3 years, 10 years, 15 years, 21. They grow, and in this environment was very difficult for them to believe the mom loved them. And that time, because for refugee people, it's so difficult to have the papers and also to reunite the family. But the first step in the program, meaning of like, why did you came? And we needed to help her to restructure her position in order to help her and empower her and to be her more abilities to have resource here in order to manage the circumstances to this country, the communication with the children, to put boundaries with all the another persons, support her there, but support her to find some aspect can help her to have resource here. She was so scared about learn language, about how another put boundaries in the harassment in the work, and with that position was not easy to have these legal papers in order to reunite the children. That process of with in the session was to exploring with her and also with 10 more, that is her case, to be with her with some of the activities that she can organize, her propose, her mission, her aspect she needed to have. When she was changed here and managed how she approached, she communicates, she see her. She want to be more able to give the message to the children and have the support to have the opportunity to integrate the big children. They came, stay with them, but was another challenge, was how these 3 children, she doesn't be with them 7 years, was to organize here in one room, and also with the promise they was to be good, they will be here very good, when here the circumstances was difficult too. And in the end of this process, because the stage of the research is 3 levels. The level of psychoeducation, in order to the person to understand about meaning, about values, about attitude. And the second stage, we can work about trauma, about manners, how they are connecting, communication. And the 3rd one is how organize the action plan and be with that action in order to have some resource. Finally, the result was these 3 children came like 25, 21, and 18 years old, and they joined with another groups. This group is group therapy and logotherapy, and they could to have the support in the same stage, and they be volunteers, and she can be volunteers and start to restructure all the family. Together, they organize the papers and help the another 2 brothers to come here. Big family be together again, and also and start to clarify many aspects about their information script was no real, was many aspects was not true. And in this way, we could to classify many these cases and to have some measures how much the our work, our action can empower, can help the attitude for our migrant people. This is one of the cases. I don't want to talk about more, because many of them came for different issues, and some of them came because they want to reunize. But all this is not for topic. They can be together, and the more important is use these activities and logotherapy activities with them. That is one of the cases to support the grief and the stress she was, and also to connecting with led to her to restructure her trauma. All of these papers, and also I did one paper in 2012. You can see in Google. It's about harassment. I saw we use a questionnaire about harassment, about how Latin American people was very affected for the harassment in the workplace. And we use all of these logotherapy group in order to support these people, to empower them to integrate in England and London, because they have they need, the migrant people need to believe migration is a condition. Is one aspect we needed to respond. in our research, in our work, we found our migrant, we change our personality. Sometimes sometimes people be more adolescents in the personality, be more teenager, more adventurous, another feel like child, scared. So we needed to get the information and to be with the person. It's okay. It's okay. They are okay. We are okay. And we can integrate and we can learn and we can restructure and redirection life. And that is the first one of dignity. That is the first one for mental health. The honor change the concept. The concept is well-being. It's not many aspects about pathologies aspect that is in the C5. Is only thinking about well-being. Doesn't matter is migrant, doesn't matter is old people, doesn't matter is special need, doesn't matter is maternity mom. Any person need the dignity, context, and care. That is my, I'm sorry, but because I was long afternoon working and with network we have in AMES, and really all of these things happen, and now I feel so tired and cold, and I want to escape for my daughter house now, and I'm very sorry don't show you more about my slides, and I hope you have something for me today.
Thank you very, very much for being today with us. Besides all your personal matters, and our congratulations for becoming grandmother, really cute baby. So blessings to him and to your whole family, and thank you very much once again for being and talking about migration, because it's really burning under the fingernails, because it's very specific and very important topic nowadays, because migration is global. Yes, and so that's the topic we need to discuss more and more. And I think that existential vacuum scale could be also integrated here while working with migrants, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's one of the aspects. Do you know Viktor Frankl? The one of two cities had more existential vacuum. One, New York, and the second, London. Is because all of these contamination in our mind. What is important? What is important? And all of these advertises and looking for the dream. Not dream, Europe dream and dream. Many people lost really the meaning, and that is so important to work in that aspect, and we do that because many people came for one reason and then change and they are lost, and so we needed to Viktor Frankl and thought about that, because Viktor Frankl now is a very good position, and after pandemic we are in very good position because we didn't have any recognition in existential analysis. That was no approach. It was like something philosophic. But now I am in the UKCP, that is the board of the psychotherapy in UK. And when I wait to register about logotherapy myself, they didn't reject me. That is why I am transactional analysis psychotherapy. But today I have the news magazine, and they have the promote. We are open. We are participate. We have more. And I thought many years ago we are in Europe, in many countries, you are working, and we know that is very efficient, and we help people with logotherapy.
Yes, indeed. Our current position and time and world needs logotherapy most. So yes, after the pandemic, really everywhere is existential crisis.
Yeah.
Yes, dear Memduh, please, your question.
Yes, thank you, Nancy. You really made me that. How big is this migration issue is globally? I felt it in my spirit. So I think today's maybe one of the biggest issue is migration, and how to preserve the dignity while integrating into a culture that is very distant to that person. I think the only way is through logotherapy. I don't see any other solution. We should transcend culture, transcend institutionalized religion, anything. So the answer is in the transient. I think we should really start from educating globally, because this is a huge problem, and your talk really remind me Jose Fabre's one of papers. He was claiming that in the in this new era in the third millennium, there is only one solution for humanity, for every single person to really sense the call of the meanings and respond to it in a responsible manner, regardless of education, regardless of being human is sufficient. So we should really collaborate in this manner. This is a huge issue, and the answer is in our hands. Thank you for reminding this.
Yes, just refers to think when we in logotherapy, we values is the resource for be person. One is be person, another is be human. Human is many human, but be person is because the values is there. I take the values and I development with the values. That my thesis, Memduh, is one of the aspects important for the peace, because migrants, no migrants, everyone, because everybody is affected, everybody is connected, is about personal development. And don't be scared and shy, talk about values, because the values is connecting with religion, is connecting with sectors, is connecting with, and with that was a very bad fama, bad advertising, and people is not understanding and refuse. So we needed to really give the permission ourselves to be confident to clarify that. Education, of course. So thank you very much. I'm very pleased because I was very happy with the topic beautiful. Humanity, we are homo humanity, and I hope we can still working, together and have this space to reflect. But invite to you. I am researcher 25 years, and we can do different models research. It's not only quantity, describing. We can do this action research and have data, and also have resources, help people, or help programs, or help communities. So that's it. Thank you, Nino, and I see you Memduh tomorrow. You will tomorrow, and invite all of you. Tomorrow, I can invite of you. You want to join with us? We have AMES is a network, Logotherapy international network. Professional logotherapists and students. We have this weekend logotherapy masterclass because we did Victor Friend Awards last year. So we invite some of our awards to speak, to give the legacy speech this today and tomorrow. And I can give to Nino the link because I have the link. And you can come because we will have translate. We have it's in English. Tomorrow we talk. Cynthia is going to speak, Memduh and Marina. All of these speak English. And Roberto Mucci is a very good. So welcome tomorrow. I'm very happy to have the opportunity to join today. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's what international partnership or supporting and collaboration means, because we invite each other. And that means we are not just in our countries, in our institutions or associations. We are open to support each other, and that means the gold. Please copy your invitation here into the chat, and people will be able to also join you. And we had another invitation from our colleagues from Switzerland for next year. So please join them. Join everyone, every logotherapist from every corner of the world, because that means I don't want to call this conference just I'm telling that I'm host, but you make this conference. All of you, my supportive colleagues who always come and join and share your knowledge. So thank you very much for this, because we are stronger when we are together. Thank you once again. If you want to share some good words at the end, please feel free to do that. I will once again share the anthem of our conference, because it's a really nice song and nice lyrics. We are unity, and indeed it is. And please, if you want to say some words, you are free to do that while this song is here.
I have a dream of what I wanna be. I wanna be free. That's what my heart keeps telling me. Give me your hand.
We'll find a way.
There's people out there
that feel the same.
If we help each other, I just know we can succeed. We are one, but we are different. We from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together
I believe in destiny. It's up to me to make it into reality.
Give me a hand.
We'll find a way.
People out there,
Let's feel the same.
if we help each other,
I just know we can succeed.
we are one, but we are different. We from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be amongst the stars, and we know that it's destiny that we are unity. No matter where you're from or who you are, we can find a common place to be. That we are friends. We are one, but we are different. We from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. Oh, we are one, but we are different. We from all around the world. We share the same sun, we share the same oceans. We are every boy and girl. Come together and share our dreams. We'll be amongst the stars, and we know that it's destiny that we are unity. We are unity.
We are unity, we are the one humanity and one logotherapeutic humanity. So thank you very much once again for joining us, each and every one, our honorable speakers, our participants. You make it happen for the third time. So thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Good night. Thank you.